In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It's the day after Christmas. I hope you're excited. I hope you had a wonderful holiday. I hope both days of Christmas were great for you. 24 and 25 are both Christmas. Christmas Eve, Christmas. It's the same thing. There's 2 days of Christmas. Some would argue there's 12. But the 24th, since I was a baby, because it's my birthday, 24th has always been the big Christmas day in my family. By the time the 25th rolls around, sneeze. There we go. By the time the 25th rolls around in my family, it's all over. It's all done. You know, everybody's had their Christmases, their family Christmas, their extended family Christmas. It's all over. By the 25th is kind of a wind down day, you know? It's kind of your last day off before you head back to work. Now, as far as the heading back to work thing goes, I didn't know if I was going to have a show today. I knew there wasn't going to be any goal. So I thought, you know, a lot of people are going to be off the rest of the week. A lot of people are not going to be, you know, watching a show. I saw people who were streaming last night, and I was like, I'll be damned if I'm going to stream on Christmas. Like, I'm not going to work on Christmas. No way. You know, that was, that to me is, I can't, no way, no fucking way am I streaming on Christmas. First of all, my ego can't handle the numbers hit you're going to take. A lot of people just do this for fun. A lot of people just do this. It's like their side thing. They're just having a good time. They're just fucking around streaming. And, you know, I'm playing for keeps. You know, it's my job. So I'm going to take a day off. I'm going to take the day off of my job on Christmas. But if you're doing this like as a hobby for fun, if you're just a rank amateur, as it were, then, you know, go stream away. You know, you're having fun. It's Christmas. They're, you know, those people, they're taking their day off of work. So they're streaming because we're going to have some fun. We're going to stream. It's not like, you know, I spent an hour prepping a show, gathering stories, wondering what we're going to do, you know, any, you know, set changes we might do, anything like that. We're working. We're working here. So no, we didn't hobby stream on Christmas. And I did for a little while. I saw the people that were streaming on Christmas. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? What are they doing? You know, my dad was a baker, so I'm sure he saw people baking on Christmas. He'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? You don't bake on Christmas. What are you working? You're like, oh, shit. They bake because it's fun. They bake because it's just a little side hobby. They don't really put too much into it. They just go on, fuck around with their community, talk to them, whatever. I have an audience where the majority of it comes from the radio days. They don't want me to sit and fuck around with them. They're like, what the fuck is this amateur shit? Give me a show. Kill my time. Pass my time. So the farms got on me for that, too. I was checking that on the 23rd or the 24th, whatever. I'm killing some. I had some free time, so I'm checking out. The farm's like, you know, the thing about Aaron is he does a show that's like an old radio talk show where you're just doing it to kill time while you're at work. And they're like shitting on me for it. Like they're like one guy or two guys shitting on me for it. And I'm like, and I don't know if it's just decades of criticism being in the public eye. Like it just doesn't bother me anymore. Or if my take is right. Like my take could either be right. I could have the right analysis of it, or it could just be the weightlessness of time. But they're like, he just does a show where he talks and covers shit, and it's to listen to while you're at work to kill time. And I'm like, yeah, isn't that like the coolest fucking way to do this? Like, what are you doing it for? To change the world, you fucking loser? I'm going to have an impact. No, you're not. You're not going to have an impact. Nobody's going to give a shit about what you said 10 minutes after you say it. This is all disposable. We are the fast food of entertainment. We're not movies. We're not television. We're not documentaries. We're not docuseries. Nothing we do is going to stick to the ribs of the public. What we do is we help people. We're day to day. We help people get through their day. I've got really bad news. No matter who your favorite streamer is, no matter who your favorite person to watch on YouTube is, they're all trying to do what I do. So I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry if the fact that we do a show that helps people kill time while they're at work, to have something to listen to pass the time. I'm sorry if that notion is upsetting to you, but I have bad news for you. The person you like is doing the same fucking thing. It's not hard to just admit your true feelings. I just don't like Aaron. Fair enough. Come on. That's honest. I'm used to that. That's normal. I'm a heel. I'm a tweener. But, you know, to some people I'm a baby face, but to others I'm a heel. I embrace that role. So if you're going to go, yeah, he just kills time, that's what your favorite guy does too. None of this is sticking. You think I'm giving political takes? You think I'm talking about the news and I'm going, yeah, that's going to change things? No. And if you listen to someone who believes that, you're a retard. We got a story about Tim Pool joining up with the Daily Wire. Daily Wire is going to buy out Tim Pool, and Tim Pool's going to become a Daily Wire guy. That's the big rumor. Okay, nothing Tim Pool has ever said or covered or done has changed anything. Nothing Ben Shapiro has covered or said or done is going to change anything. These guys are all chasing the ghost of Rush Limbaugh in one form or another. Rush Limbaugh invented what they do, and they're all just doing Rush Limbaugh. Just like Howard Stern, Opie and Anthony, Tom Bernard, all those guys, Don and Mike, like all those shows, they created what I do. And now I'm trying to do the best version of that thing. What's wrong with, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So we got a show to do today. I also saw that Rumble, John Domingo says, or you do what we do. Aw, shit. Oh, shit. So, hey, we have a day today where clearly we're not going to have as many people as we usually do. It's the day after a holiday. I can already, like, when you do this long enough, you can feel like a less audience. You can feel like a holiday. You can feel a day off. And you feel that the day after Christmas. So I don't know what I'm going to do today. I'm going to we could either do a Rumble Friday or we could do the full-on thing. We could just do I got either one. I've got a show prepared. I've got a fuck around Rumble Friday day today. And I don't know which one I want to do. And I kind of wanted to lean on the audience for this. And it's honestly, I'm going to leave it up to you guys. So we're going to do hour one. We're going to fuck around with the chat. We're going to talk about some things we got ready to go. I think what we're going to do is do what the audience wants to do. So if Rumble decides, like, here's a bunch of links, here you go, boom, then starting at 7, we'll start plowing through those links. If YouTube decides, no, fuck you, keep it here, keep it on YouTube, then we'll do that. One thing's for sure, we've got no goals the rest of the week. We had a fucking killer birthday show. And no goals, no overtime, none of that stuff. It's going to be a smaller audience. It's going to be a Christmas show. It's going to be a little more laid back than usual. So throw in a couple bucks if you want to. I'm definitely going to, I don't know, we make over $100 today. I'm going to throw it towards Monday anyway. So, we make a little something, for the effort. Then I'm just going to throw it towards the rest of the week. I'm not going to keep any of it. I'm going to put it towards the toe, as it were. Thank you, Thermodyne Diesel, for the $20. He says, because I'm working also. Should we do that? Should we have a grift off to see who gets the last 3 hours of the show? Should we grift off? We got to have a grift today, don't we? We got to have a grift. We don't have a grift today. Monday, we didn't have a goal Monday, but we had the birthday grift. If you're on the internet, you got to have a grift. Do we do a Rumble Friday grift? Rumble Friday, Thursday grift? If YouTube wants us, YouTube pays us. If Rumble wants us, Rumble pays us. Should we do it that way? I also saw a new feature on Rumble. I'd be remiss if I didn't point this out to you. In the bottom left-hand corner of Rumble now, we've got gifted subs. Take a look at that. You can gift subs. 1 sub, 5 sub, 10 subs, 20, 50. That's really cool, and those are recurring monthly things, those subs. So if you want to do that, nobody here is going to get mad at you for it. Oh, by the way, thank you, Thermodyne Diesel, for that $20.
And if you don't think I'm big enough, brother, then you grab a hold of me, and you'll know that I'm growing, my man. Within your hands, I will get as big as I need to be.
There you go. Attaboy, Jake. Attaboy, Jake. So, yeah, we got but how do I get... I don't know how to get rid of the gifted memberships and bring my chat back. Oh, no. What happened? How do I get rid... Oh, there we go. All right. All right, we're back. We got it back. Whew. I can see my chat again. All right, let's go to you guys, and then, like I said, we're going to figure out what the fuck we're going to do as far as today's shows go, because I really... This is exciting. I have no idea if we're going to plow through and do 4 hours, or if we're going to go do Rumble Friday, Thursday, and then do Rumble Friday tomorrow. It's a very exciting time to be alive. Slap My Ass Sally becoming a member for 31 months. Thank you very much. Stephen Bravo becoming a member for 2 months. Says Merry after Christmas Day. So Merry Christmas to Stephen Bravo as well. I've really learned the dishonesty. What can be the dishonesty of clipping when it comes to Steel Toe's relationship with Stephen Bravo. I love Stephen Bravo, and Stephen Bravo sends in really good stuff. But I think people who like other shows are getting mad at Stephen Bravo for giving us money, because Stephen Bravo will donate sometimes 3-4 times a show. And I saw a clip of Chad. And Chad was like, Stephen Bravo gave him $5. He wouldn't even read it. He's scared, because Stephen Bravo is a big donor to Chad. Now, I'm not one of these guys who gets jealous about people who contribute to my show contributing to others. I think that's kind of a weird, hacky thing to do. I think people should enjoy what they want. And I think if you enjoy a creator, you should support them financially. Absolutely. I'm a member of, I give $10, $15 a month to 3 or 4 channels because I like them. And I watch them regularly. There's Sean. There's Zumach. I watch a lot of Zumach now, so I throw him a couple of bucks. And then my Vikings, one of my Vikings guys, I throw a few bucks to every month. You got to walk the walk. And when I like people and I consume a lot of their content, I support them because I want them to be able to keep doing it. But Stephen Bravo, Chad's like, $5. He didn't even read the thing. That's because with that particular super chat, there was no thing. He just sent $5. I read all of Stephen Bravo's stuff, and it's all very funny. I don't like the ugliness of people's jealousy. Don't get jealous. That's a stinky cologne. And then Chad Zumach went public with something on Twitter that I've experienced myself. He said, and this is like we've talked about the insecurity of Patrick Melton before. It's no surprise to his audience isn't aware of it, but we are. He gets very jealous when people who watch, he thinks that people who watch him should only watch him. He has a very like abandoned child mentality about like watching stream. Like you should only watch him. You know, he kind of runs that cult of 65 IQ, really mongoloid looking inbreds. And when they venture out of his community, they find out that everyone thinks he's either, they call him a pedo or a retard, or fat, hunchback, back tits, whatever they call him. There's too many names. We'd be here all day. And they found out that, like, I guess some of them like Chad. And Chad found out from some of his fans that Patrick Melton, when he finds out that they like Chad too, Patrick makes them choose or tries to make them choose. Like he'll message them and tell them, you have to choose between Chad or me. Now, I didn't know that this was a secret. Like a lot of people were sharing this around and going, holy shit, I didn't know this. I've known about this for over a year. I have fans of mine who go, I came over to you from that shitty Onion show. And when he finds out that you watch both shows unironically, he gets mad. And he tells you, no, you can't enjoy it. No, nothing's good. No, you have to pick this one or that one. It's like, dude, how many times did your parents leave you? Like, how many times did they neglect you? That's some deep-seated childhood shit. When you're on the internet and you can't handle other people on the internet liking other people on the internet, that's mommy and daddy. That's mommy and daddy. That reminds me. We should have sent Patrick a gift for Christmas. I know he doesn't have anybody. I think mommy and daddy are dead, and they didn't really love him anyway. And he's really got nobody to Christmas with. And then you're fat. That's no way to go through life. Fat and alone. Ugh. Veldrain says Patrick Melton's biggest problem with his insecurities is he can't eat them to make them go away. He tries. Snowcat Tish says Zumach talks about money more than you. His obsession with SJ is scary. Well, here's my deal with all that. All of these guys talk about money more than I do. That's the ugly secret they don't want to talk about. We have a money goal. We throw it right in your face. We're very honest about it. It's a big blinking neon light, and then we do a show. These guys, everything they do is geared towards a money grab. Every work they set up, they're not being honest with you. These shows are doing gimmicks to try and take money out of your pocket and then act like they're not doing what I do. And they're not doing what I do. They're doing something much more insidious. They're doing something much more dishonest, which is they're pretending that they're not doing what I do while doing worse than what I do. What I do is I go, hey, this is what I do for a living. In order for me to keep doing this for a living, here's the number. And then we move from there. Then the rest is up to you. These other guys, they just bombard you with works and grifts and everything else. And it's so immature. Like it's middle school. People in high school don't behave that way. So I've always thought that a lot of the steel toe hate around the goal and everything else was wild projection of people who just can't be as honest as we are about where they're at. I saw John Domingo was mad at me this morning. He's always hot and cold with steel toe. John Domingo said, the thing is with those people who do it for a hobby, they seem like they're enjoying it. You don't. Dude, I fucking love doing this. Are you kidding? Oh my God. This is great. If you don't get the vibe that I'm enjoying fucking ripping people apart, talking about the news, hanging out with you guys, making money every day, if you don't think that I'm enjoying this, I think you need to recalibrate what enjoyment means and looks like to you. Why the fuck would I get up at 5 a.m. if I didn't love doing this? Oh my God. John Domingo, I'm sorry, buddy, but I think you gotta wake up and smell the coffee, my man. I love this. I wouldn't have done this as long as I have. If I didn't love this, I would have been gone the minute we lost 101, because it's hard to take your radio audience and move it over here. There's a reason we're the only show that's done it. There's a reason we're the only show of our size that's done what we've done, because nobody else can. Nobody else can. Lucky Limes with $2 says, Merry Christmas, keep felting Nick Rekieta. I don't see people say that. I don't feel like I'm felting him. I feel like I just kind of live my life. He misses Aaron once in a while, and then he gets a little Aaron obsessed, and then I just respond with one of these. That's it. And then it's over. Everybody lives in this world where they're like, oh, keep felting him. He felts himself. I'm just kind of sitting here doing my thing. I don't really think I'm felting anyone, but thank you. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. And let's go to one more. We've got Matthew Q. Then we'll get going for today. We'll catch up with the chat. Then we'll get into our topics and stories and whatnot. Day after Christmas, like I said, it's going to be a real chill, relaxed thing today. If we go over $100, I'll throw it towards Monday. Otherwise, we don't have any goals or anything like that, as you can see on the chat and stuff. Matthew Q with $2 says, who's the woman on your shirt? Is that a Cher shirt? What concert did you see? It's a Bret Hart shirt. I got 2 Bret Hart shirts. I like my Bret Hart shirts. You're not going to shame me off my Bret Hart shirt. Let's go to, all right, where am I going to leave off from here? All right, let's go. Where do we leave off? Snowcat Tish? Perfect. Wow, McBuster says, Moody will not allow criticism of his MAP mentor at all. That Moody, I don't get him. Like, is he he's not an entertainer of any kind. He's not funny. He's never said anything memorable. Is that just like the only guy that will talk to Patrick, so he has him on? That's a weird guy. That's like Patrick has a phenotype. Moody has a phenotype of a guy. You go into that closet, there's skeletons in it. That's a weird dude. Veldrain says Melton's biggest problem with his insecurity. Okay, that's where we left off. There it is. Bigot on Socialist Media says asking his viewers to choose is like asking Melton to decide on a second or third lunch. He'll want both. Angelica's doll says, I'm working this morning too. How was Christmas, Aaron? Christmas was wonderful. The kids loved their presents. Here's the issue with my son is a very blunt guy. And my son has this thing where, like, he doesn't yet have the ability. He's 8, so he doesn't quite have the ability to fake it on President's Day. So, like, if he likes one present more than the other, he likes that present more than the other. So I got him a few from myself. I got him a few from Santa, and I broke down and I let him open one of their presents on the 23rd. And then the rest of their presents, like I said, my family, the 24th has been Christmas in my family. So on the 24th, I let them open the rest of their presents. On the 23rd, he opened his favorite one. It was a new fishing rod and tackle box. And that was the big thing that he wanted. I let him. I didn't know that was the biggest thing he wanted. I just went by what was on his list. And he opened it up. He went apeshit. He loved it. So then the next day, he's opening up the other ones, and it was very businesslike. You know, he was opening up. He goes, "Oh, cool." Then he'd set it aside, and then he'd open up the next one. "Oh, this is cool." And he goes, set it aside. And he opens up the next one. "Oh, cool." Sets it aside. And it's funny to watch for me. But, like, SP was watching him open them, too, and she's just looking over at me going, what the heck? Like, and she's laughing. She's like, what? He just opened. Then we go to my parents' house, and he's opening gifts from my parents. And my parents got each of the kids one gift, but it was like one box, and then had multiple gifts inside the box, and then they got them a stocking. And so my son gets his present handed to him, and he's kind of sitting there waiting, and he's looking around the room, and you can tell he's scoping out like the present situation under the tree. And eventually, he just goes, "What? I only get one?" Like, dude, I had to pull him aside. I had to be like, "Buddy, you don't say that. You don't say you only got one. You're very grateful for the one you got. You don't even know what's in there yet. Plus, you got this stocking. Like, we don't wonder why we only got one. We're grateful for the one we had." "Oh, okay. Like, just one of those things you got to kind of explain to an 8-year-old. And Or I guess I could have gone, well, I guess you were a shit kid this year. But I didn't go down that route. So we went and we opened up all the presents. That was a lot of fun. My house was a disaster. I just didn't have, after doing all the Christmases and everything, when I finally got back home yesterday, I just did not feel like cleaning up the giant mess. I did the dad thing where I got the garbage bag out while the kids were opening presents, and I put the wrapping paper in the garbage bag. But as far as like cleaning up all the toys they played with and shit, I needed a minute. But I can't sit in a messy room. I'd have to clean it. So I think I came down here and I dicked around on the computer and played some games and shit for a little bit because I couldn't be in the physical room with the mess. But if I wasn't going to clean it, I also couldn't look at it. So I threw in a load of laundry. I stayed down here. And then when I went back upstairs, I cleaned up the mess. But you know what? I think I got everything cleaned up. I think all the clothes are clean and everything else. I had a full and complete Christmas. It was great. And of course, I hope the rest of you had a great Christmas as well. Veldrain says that's what people do. They talk about the thing they lack the most. With Zumach, it's money. With Aaron, it's self-control. Snowcat Tish says every donation of $50 plus, Chad feels the need to discuss it for 30 minutes to rub it in stuttering John and Gino's faces as if they are always watching. Yeah, I don't feel the need. I don't get that competing with other people. The internet's so big, there's always going to be someone who's kicking the shit out of you, no matter who you are, unless you're Mr. Beast, There's going to be someone who's always kicking the shit out of you. So I don't get that rubbing a $50 donation in someone's face. I always figure I'm competing against me. I'm competing against myself. If I can stay in business, if I can keep this thing afloat, I'm a happy guy. Anything else is all just bullshit. It's all bullshit. John Jamingo, I tell you what, John Jamingo is hell-bent on me hating my own show. He says, if someone gives you a radio gig, you will flick this show like a booger on your finger. We all know it. You're not fooling anyone. That sounds like Melton talk. Like like John Jamingo might be Melton. That's like 4D chess shit. Like, you're trying to fool people. No, just rapping. Just stream of consciousness telling you what I think. I do appreciate that people like John Jamingo think I'm like this 180 IQ, Sun Tzu, Art of War. You understand I do this for 4 hours a day, and then there's the rest of my life, John. Relax, buddy. What's your show? I'll promote it for you. I remember you have a show somewhere. If someone gives you a radio gig, you will flick this show like a... You understand the radio gig would become this show. Like, I don't know if John Jamingo doesn't pay attention. I don't know if he's been reading too much internet drama, fantasy, fan fiction lately. You do understand that when we go back to radio, it's going to be this show. And this show will still be on Rumble and YouTube and everything else. And that we will add another feature to this. Now, John, if I explain this to you, are you going to go, oh, I was wrong, Aaron, I didn't realize you were doing that? Or are you just going to make up another cope because I straightened it out for you? Now, let me know, because then I'll know if I'm wasting my breath or not. Because you've always been a reasonable guy where if I go, well, no, here's what we're planning to do, you've always gone, oh, shit, well, then I just made a fool of myself. If that's the kind of tip you're on this morning, let me know, and we'll keep doing this. Otherwise, I don't know, John. You seem like you're going down a weird, dark road. Let's go to... Oh, let's scroll around here. I got a lot of chat to catch up with. Veldrain says, your child takes after his father. Wait, I only get one? No. I'm done with those days. Only one for me now. Only one. Sam Show says, you're all just wasting your son's time. He could be fishing. He's quietly calling you a bunch of fags. No, he's not no, my son hates the cold. He doesn't ice fish. He hates the cold. I tried to take him ice fishing one time. He was fucking donezo in about 20 or 30 minutes. It's too cold out here. He is a lot like me in that regard. He's a creature of comfort. That's for sure. There's still confetti all over the floor under the computer desk. No, there's not. I vacuumed it all up. All the confetti is vacuumed up nice. I did that on the 20th. I did that the night of. I cleaned it all up. And I made a big mistake because the vacuum, I had used the vacuum for vacuuming out the hole of the smoker, and that's all ash and shit. So then I didn't empty the thing from the vacuum. I didn't empty the canister deal, and I turned it on to vacuum up all the shit down here, and you could smell the ash from the smoker, and it smelled like cigarettes down here for a little bit. Not good. Make sure you clean that shit out, especially if you vacuum up ash, for God's sake. Let's go to Power Windows says, took me almost 4 hours to build my daughter's fucking kitchen set yesterday. Yeah, but like, good on you for getting her the kitchen set. Right? I mean, took you almost 4 hours, but you got her a fucking kitchen set that took you 4 hours to put up. That's a fucking Chad dad move right there. I know, I know she's not going to appreciate it ever, but that's the nature of being a little kid. You didn't appreciate that shit when your parents did it for you. Eastwood says, Chad's just amazed people will give him money and he doesn't have to steal it. I don't know. Chad's still got a big time problem with me. Either that or he just finds me. No, I don't think Chad has a big time problem with me. Chad's learned what other people have learned. I'm very interesting. I'm far more fascinating than anything all these other people have to do on a show. And you talk about me, you get numbers. Steel toe is numbers. That's how it works. Now, fortunately, I have the ability to do an actual show that people will watch. These people don't. Chad tries to do what I do. Carl tries to do what I do. Any of these guys try to do what I do, they would have no audience. They try to do the kind of show that I do. Nobody would care. It's got to bother them. But to have to talk about me to grab numbers, I don't mind. It's the ultimate compliment you can get in this business. But it's also, Chad's just amazed people will give him money and he doesn't have to. I don't think that's it. I think Chad is a good carnival barker. Like any radio guy, Chad's a good carnival barker. And he knows what draws a crowd. And, it can't bother me because I know he doesn't mean it. He's carnival barking. That's all it is. Nick Relodian says, you only talk about Gorilla Cum. How is this show going on? Look, there's going to have to be some content and language changes. That's for sure. I mean, there's going to have to be adjustments, just like it changed when it went to here from radio, naturally. Scott Christie Jones with $2 says, happy Christmas from across the pond. Hey, you limey fuck. Angelica's doll. Oh, yes, this is the question a lot of people had. What presents did you get? Are you engaged yet? No, I am not engaged. So the whole engaged by Christmas thing did not happen. I told her so. John Domingo says, you don't lie. I love that he states it as fact. You don't like doing all the admin stuff that streamers do. You just want to do the fun part, which is the broadcasting. Now, John, you're contradicting yourself. Which one is it? I'm trying to understand you, buddy. Am I not having fun or am I only doing the fun part? John, now we've talked you into a knot. Now we got to untie you, buddy. Come on. What is it? Is it I'm not having any fun or I'm only doing the fun part? Guys, this is what I deal with. When I say I deserve a better class of hate, this is what I mean. At least give me something I can use, John. People are going to feel like I set you up. People are going to feel like you and I are like working together. Like you're purposely doing this so that I can look good. That's what they do, by the way. They're like, oh, yeah, no, that guy's an Aaron setup. He's trashing Aaron. It's like a straw man that Aaron can use. I swear to God, I'm not. John just he just talked himself into a loop, unfortunately. Nana's Clam says, I believe the engagement did happen. He's just not telling us. There it is. That's what anti-steel toe life looks like. I know Aaron said this thing, but it can't be true because it's not what I want to believe about Aaron. I'm just going to go with what I originally thought. Thank you, Nana's Clams. That was very fun. Nana's Clams, one of the funniest. He's doing a good impression. Uh-oh. Sam Show says, you win. You got someone to say, I'm not coping. That's true. Whenever someone has to deny the cope, that's never a good look. Never a good look. All right. I believe the engagement did happen. Nana's Clam says, SP seems like the type to propose to Aaron. You don't know her. That's another creepy thing. It's like, I bet you she's doing this. It's like, you got no fucking idea, Jack. 191 Redbird with $5. Thank you. Says the 220-pound D-Gen slug is a creature of comfort. Who would have guessed? LOL, love the show. Keep it up. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, Bigot on Socialist Media. Yeah, what's your favorite steel toe hater cope? Bigot on Socialist Media says, I'm not angry is also a good one. Yeah, I'm not angry. I get people to do that a lot because I make them angry. They think that they're going to have a comment that's going to make me stop snickering and giggling and being immature. You can't. Guys, I'm better than the people you watch. Nana's Clam says, I am her, according to some of the Melton folks. Oh, shit. Power Windows says, thanks for the show, motherfucker. 6-hour stream today. I don't know. See, that I'd have to put a number on a 6-hour stream. I don't know. What's the number we'd put? Because we're at like $25. No, I'm sorry. We're at 30, 45. We're at $45 right now. What do you think? What should the number be if we want to do a 6-hour show today? You look like a penis with googly eyes glued on. Thank you very much. See? That's sweet. What I don't see now, whenever I get these questions, I'm remarkably unprepared on how to answer them. I don't think we're going to do 6 hours. There's not a number that's going to have me do 6 hours today. I don't think. John Jamingo says, we listen to you and what? Who's we? John, stop it. You're being weird. Okay. Now he's officially gone to Creepyville. There's no we. Own yourself. Don't speak for other people. This is how we end up barbecuing hate people on Steel Toe. This is how we've done it historically. Ask the OGs. The minute you start saying we is the minute we've got you. Because now you don't feel confident in your own opinion anymore. Now you have to bring other people into it. You know, you do that in real life when you're arguing with someone. You go, well, he and I, and the other person's like, don't bring me into this shit. You don't know what I think. John, we listen to you. No, John, you watch me and then you take from it what you need to for yourself. 3 hours into the show, if you're behind on the goal, you're a twitchy spaz. Right, almost like that's a bit that we do on the show that's really funny when I go, my fucking leg's twitching. I'm flop sweating. Yes, admitting that I suck today is kind of one of the, Jesus Christ, now I have to explain the fucking bits we do. It's remarkable, John. It's remarkable. Yeah, Approachable. Do you have actual stories for today? No, I'm just having fun with my buddy John. I'm giving John a mild heart attack today. What was his first one? The first one he lined up for? We've got him on like his third exhibit. His first one was we aren't having fun. He backed off that one and said we only do the fun part. So not only did he back off, he just went 180 on it. Now he's pointing out the bits we do on the show, which, thank you, I guess, if we were trying to catalog them. Well, guys, we got to move on from John Jamingo. He did a great job today. He made a good account of himself. And I swear to God, I didn't set that up. Nana's Clam says, bro, for real, I think it was the Fearless On or whatever that said it was Nana's Clams and that I constantly wash your balls. Constantly wash my balls outside of Roots Calhoun and Hobo Chili. I don't think anyone busts my balls more than Nana's Clams. I can't believe you would say ball washing. All right, let's do a program. All the links are in the chat. Here's what I say to the Rumble audience. Test out that new gifted sub thing. That was an exciting thing to see this morning. Go ahead. Sam Show says, LOL, he set it up. I swear to God, I didn't set it up. If you think I owned John Domingo today, it's just because I'm very good at what I do. I did not set up John Domingo to look like an ass and contradict himself. I promise. The person who said I look like a penis with googly eyes glued on, love your mom and Hitler diff. Oh, both of them. All right. Thank you, mom and Hitler diff. Also people pointing out, somebody pointing out in the chat, Melton tried to do it. Is this true? He tried to do a 24-hour stream and he made it less than 7 hours. You're saying that my birthday stream that was supposed to be 4 or 5 hours was longer and more profitable than Melton's quote-unquote 24-hour stream? Another win for the toe, another L for the onion. All right, guys, no goals for today, but if we go over $100 and we make a nice little number today, I'm not taking the rest. I'm gonna put it towards Monday. So, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Not having a goal today, but still ain't doing it for free. Are you kidding? This was something I saw yesterday. I haven't been able to see an article for it. I haven't been able to see like an actual news source pick this up. But the allegation here is that Tim Pool is reportedly selling his entire Timcast operation to the Daily Wire. Now, this is interesting because Tim Pool, I've always kind of seen Tim Pool as like the easy way out guy. I've always seen Tim Pool as like middle of the road, fence walker. What I mean is, Tim Pool does what I do. Tim Pool does what Ben Shapiro does. Tim Pool does what any talk show host does. My problem I've always had with Tim Pool is that he's trying to act like he's making a difference, or he's trying to act like his show's changing the culture. It's not. You're not special. You're doing a talk show. You're having some guests on. You're talking about some crazy shit, and you're giving your take on it, which is totally fine. That's what a good talk show host does. My biggest problem with Tim Pool has always been that he won't admit that he's just an entertainer and that the beanie's a gimmick, which it is. And the gimmick is, I'm not like Aaron. I can't appreciate the fact that I'm, getting older and my hair's maybe retreating. Although Tim's like completely bald. He's got like the bowl around his head, and then the top is like, when Joe Pesci burns the top of his head in Home Alone? That's Tim Pool's hairline. So he wears the beanie to cover that up. But he won't admit that. He's like, no, I'm just a skater boy. I said, see you later, boy. And so Tim Pool has always been kind of this fence walking, try to appeal to as many who are like moderately left of center to all the way right wing, and don't ruffle any feathers and don't take too many isolating takes. That's Tim Pool. Keep things like bland. Keep things in the abstract, like say the media or the left. Try to cast a really wide net, if you will. Don't do anything that might lose you some fans. Don't make a ballsy take if people are gonna unsubscribe. And I want to point out, I have zero problem with that. And I wouldn't even point that out, but he tries to have it both ways. He tries to cast this wide net and be a fence walker. And then at the same time, he's like, yeah, we're changing things here. We have a movement. We're trying to. He was telling Owen Benjamin yesterday that Owen Benjamin wasn't doing anything for the anti-war movement. And it's like, Owen Benjamin's not trying to do anything for the anti-war movement. Owen Benjamin understands who's running the show. And that he's not. That's why Owen just retreated and went off to a farm. Because he knows he's not going to influence anything. Tim Pool has this thing where he's grifted his audience to be like, we're changing things. He's kind of like, and this is weird to say, he's like Crowder with less balls. Like Crowder will take crazy fucking takes that make absolutely no sense, that are dumber than dog shit, but they're alienating takes. Like it'll cost him something. Tim Pool won't do that. And Tim Pool, I never thought I'd say this either, but Tim Pool is a less funny Crowder. Now, that's not to say I find Crowder funny, but any funny that Crowder possesses, Tim Pool doesn't. So Tim Pool to me has always been this anomaly. Like, I get why he's popular, but it bums me out to think of the intelligence of the human race when I realize Tim Pool is popular. Well, now Ben Shapiro is in the acquisitions business, and the rumor, the word on the street is that Ben Shapiro wants to buy the fence-walking Tim Pool. That Daily Wire has been a silent minority partner in Timcast for several months. Remember, Tim Pool did his election coverage from the Daily Wire studios. But Tim Pool is reportedly selling his entire Timcast operation to the Daily Wire. Remember when Tim Pool was like firing people not too long ago? And he was talking about how he didn't want to do this anymore. He just wants to hang out at the skate park. And, you know, now he's having a kid. And he's going to have his kid and do lots of skating and fire people because they're not good. And he hates running this thing anymore and blah, 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 all that shit. Well, apparently, while he was talking about that, he was in talks to sell to the Daily Wire. That Ben Shapiro was going to give him some DW cash and let him, apparently now Tim Pool will just be an employee of the Daily Wire and do a show. Which, if you don't want to run shit anymore, that's awesome. That's the perfect way to do it. You take a big bag of cash from the Daily Wire. It's probably contingent on Tim Pool doing a number of years in a contract, and then he gets all his money. Nice. Good for you, buddy. It's just that, like, Tim Pool spent a lot of time being the anti-Daily Wire. You know? Like, Daily Wire, say what you want about Ben Shapiro, and he annoys me too. And that the bearded guy he has is too much for me to take also. Not Matt Gaetz. Matt Walsh. Is that his name? The guy who makes all the cranks out documentaries every 2 months. Like, he's like on Crank. I think it's Matt Walsh. But those guys actually take positions that cost them something. Like, those guys, especially the Matt Walsh guy, he'll take positions that'll, like, really ruffle feathers to people from the far left to the moderate right. Like, he'll really get after it. Tim Pool doesn't fit that mold. Tim Pool is like, remember that foppish, gay-looking liberal dude he had on not too long ago, and he's ranting at him about January 6th, never gave the guy a chance to talk? Those are the kind of people that Tim Pool has on, like the scarecrow, straw man, the basic lefty guy, and he just tries to destroy that guy. Like, yeah, I'm owning the libs. It's like, that guy is barely a person, dude. Like, that Tim Pool knocks out Glass Joe in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and does a victory lap around his house. Like, that's kind of what Tim Pool did with that liberal person on January 6th. Whereas Ben Shapiro will go on Bill Maher. You know, Ben Shapiro will go on MSNBC if they'll have him, CNN if they'll have him. He'll go right in there and have that debate with Piers Morgan about guns. Like, say what you want about Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and certainly I have my criticisms, but the guy's got balls. So it's like Tim doesn't fit in that mold. But what I love about this Tim Pool deal for Tim Pool is that now he can sell the whole thing off. He can just do a show. He can take his money. He's having a kid. He'll have a big windfall of cash. Good for him. Anyone who hates on the fact that he took this deal, that's just overhating. You know, some people overheat. That's overhating. Good for the guy. Like, Tim Pool doing well doesn't make me do worse. You know, it doesn't make me do better. So as far as the Tim Pool deal goes, if he sold to Daily Wire, great. If the Daily Wire's audience likes him, I guess even better for them. But I just never got it. I guess I just missed the boat with Tim Pool. I've just always, I walk away from watching a Tim Pool clip and I go, yeah, but what does he believe? What does Tim Pool think? What's his position on this? Like, if it's a very hot leak, like, I would like to see Tim Pool take a position on an issue that's dividing conservatives. Like, if it's left versus right, that's fucking easy, and Tim Pool will do that all day. But I want to see him take a position that's going to fracture the right, you know? Because Ben Shapiro will. Like, his position on Israel, I disagree with it. I think it's disgusting. I think Ben Shapiro is, like, damn near an advocate for war crimes. But Ben Shapiro will take a decision, and people will get pissed off at him. Okay. Tim Pool will extol the virtues of both sides and then go, all right, moving on. Like, I don't, if you're going to Tim for a take, I don't think that's the right guy. Snowcat Tish says, why? Why would Ben Shapiro waste his money, dumbass? Well, I mean, Ben Shapiro and the people running his company are, they come from a particular background. I believe they would have done their due diligence and they wouldn't have spent the money if they didn't think they could make a little something off of it, I mean, first of all, if Tim Pool has like a monthly subscription thing and that moves over to the Daily Wire, well, then right there, they've got a nice little monthly income. That's why the Daily Wire wanted Crowder. They wanted everyone who made Crowder an independent offer, made him an offer for one reason. They want the Mug Club money. Crowder's probably got like 1 million people on that fucking Mug Club. And they're spending what? $10 a month? So $10 million a month on Mug Club shit? I mean, yeah, that's what they want to acquire by buying Crowder. Probably the same thing with Tim Pool, I'm guessing. Sam Show said Tim Pool is giving up because he bought a bunch of skate parks to make skateboarding videos in 2024. Then he bought another one during the Russian agent fiasco. Political grifting requires you to act like you're making a difference. Politically charged people are fucking retards, but they throw money around. Well, I mean, no matter what business, well, and in fairness, in business, that's any business. Streaming is just a little more upfront. In any business, you're trying to take the people who like the product you make and extract money from them. In that case, every business in the world is grifting. They're offering a product and they want to get the fans of that product's money so they can turn a profit. It's the name of the game. Deutsch Shed says he's giving Tim a mattress full of money. Oh, did he have to go in the tunnel and get mattress money? Oh, boy, that's the definition of old money right there. Sam Show says, yeah, go to Bill Maher and MSNBC because that's where all the people are. No, I'm saying that like Ben Shapiro will go into the lion's den like an autistic kid and just say controversial shit. Sam Show says, normally you go on Timcast or Joe Rogan for exposure, but CNN pulls in more viewers. I'm saying Ben Shapiro isn't going. No, you're misunderstanding why I said he'll go on those places. It wasn't for audience. It was for ideology. Ben Shapiro's not going to get a lot of pushback on Joe Rogan. You understand? Sam Show, I think you missed my point there, buddy. I think you missed my point. My point was Ben Shapiro will go to places that are ideologically opposed to him, and he'll fight it out. Tim Pool doesn't really go on lefty shows, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. Buffalo Jockey says, why are you doing a stream this holiday break? Faggot, LOL, happy holidays. Thank you. Buffalo Jockey says he's a money-hungry Jew like you. That's why you're doing a stream over the holiday break. Well, I figured I had to work a little bit this week, right? I can't just do Monday and take the rest of it off. Notice no goals today and tomorrow. You can't make a bunch of money off the birthday show and then go, hey, we got to make this much today. The only thing I am doing money-wise is I am keeping track because I don't want to keep anything over 100. If we make over $100 today, anything over the 100 I'm putting towards Monday's show because we're not going to have a goal tomorrow either. Anything that goes over 100 for the next couple days, Thursday and Friday, we're going to put over towards Monday. But, we got 600. Usually we got 900 to 1,000. I thought we were going to have less people on Monday. We ended up with 1,100 people at our peak on Monday. It just must have been fewer people doing shows and people still going to work. But we had a bigger audience than normal on Monday's birthday show. So I got that one totally wrong. It's probably why we made so much. But Yeah, we got like 650, 660, 670 right now. So we're going to probably do about 200-300 less than we usually do, which is fine. We'll do our program. Basically, here's what I think we should do. I think we'll do the stories we have. We'll go over the stuff we've got. Hopefully we make $100, and then we'll go on. I was going to see if you guys wanted to do Rumble Friday, Thursday today, and I was going to kind of let that be a super chat versus Rumble rant thing, but it's pretty even. It's pretty even. $5 from Chevrolet JB says, thanks for coming on today. Oh, shit. Is that the grift today? Is the grift, the grift is thanks for doing a show? All right. You want to throw $5 at Steel Toe because we're doing a show today? I'm all for it. I like it when you guys hand me the grift and I don't have to come up with a grift for the show. All right. Aaron's working the day after Christmas. And Aaron's, you know what? I thought the goal was going to be, hey, I don't have, the grift was going to be, I don't have a goal today. And if I don't have a goal today, then the grift could be, here's some money for not doing a goal. Here's the grift. The grift was either going to be Rumble Friday, Thursday, or the grift was going to be no goal. So prove to Aaron that we don't need a goal for this show to work and that you guys will just throw the money in. That was going to be my original grift. But now it looks like because 4 people in a row have thrown $5 at us and said, thanks for coming on today. You know, I'm working the day after Christmas. It's nice that somebody can keep me company. That's the grift. I'm looking like the hardest working man in podcasting today because I'm streaming the day after Christmas. That's the grift. Give us money. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, I'm disappointed you didn't do your Jewish voice when reading my comments. Oh, you know what? You're right. Opportunity lost. Oh, fuck. Did I do this one? I didn't. $5 from Buffalo Jockey. He's a money-hungry Jew like you. That's why you're doing a stream over the holiday break, LOL. There we go. Now I did that one. Jonesy the Cat says, are you drunk? No. No drinking over the Christmas break. No drinking last weekend either. When was the last? Well, having a Bloody Mary before the Vikings game because of tradition, I don't think that counts as drinking. That's like saying having a beer on a weekend is drinking. I don't think that's drinking. Maybe that's alcoholic talk, but that doesn't feel like drinking to me. So no, I haven't, God, it's been 2 weeks of no drinking. And not like I'm counting. I have to think about it. Yeah. No drinking today. I should try some of Ryan the Garbage Man's apple pie moonshine, but no such luck yet. Would you says Christmas is over. It's been the season since October. Back to work. Listen to that. There you go, guys. That's the grift. If you're working today and I'm working today, throw a couple bucks at the toe. Sam Show's mad at me now. He says opening presents on the 24th and no drinking on Christmas. What the fuck? Oh, by the way, thank you, Jonesy the Cat, for coming back. I didn't think you'd be back after the fucking beating we all gave you on Monday. You know what? You've earned our respect, Jonesy. Unless you start being a cunt again. Now, if that beating wasn't the attitude adjustment you needed, then we hate you. But the fact that you came back after the way you embarrassed yourself and then recruited friends and then they got their ass kicked too, I appreciate you coming back. Respect on that front. Would you says, Sam Show says opening presents on the 24th and no drinking on Christmas. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Buffalo Jockey says you're a man of the people. Yes, I'm a man of the people. And you know what you do to men of the people? You just throw them cold, hard cash. Especially if you missed my birthday show. Oh my God, guys, can you believe it? If any of these people missed my birthday show and didn't throw me a nice little birthday card, I mean, how hateful, right? Camel Toe with $5 says working today also. Stay on YouTube. Rumble user interface sucks. No playback. Well, there you go, YouTube people. You keep the grist for the mill coming in, and I'll make sure we stay on YouTube today. How's that? I knew that if we hung out with the audience long enough, we'd find a grift. Power Windows asking, how was the sauce Matt got you? Very good, actually. It was very good sauce. That sounded so gay. That didn't go the way I thought. No, Matt's, look, the Valentini's spaghetti sauce that Matt got, the kids and I made it that day, and it was really, really good. And I've still got some of the spaghetti left over. I'm going to eat some right after the show. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, I missed a beating. Fuck me. Yeah, we kicked the shit out of poor Jonesy. And now I think we scared Jonesy off again. Damn. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. But look at I'm telling you, man, the grift worked. And it doesn't have to be a big grift. Like I said, just $5 at a time is fine for the grift. Rumble working fine for laptops, says, would you? Phones have issues with the app. All right. Brave browser is a must for Rumble. Okay. Guys, let's go ahead and continue on with stories, or Approachable's going to get fucking pissed at me. I'm hanging out with you guys in the chat because I know it's kind of a half a holiday day. So I'm getting a little too familiar, I think. So we did the Tim Pool Daily Wire thing. Oh, we got clips today. We got a bunch of clips. So we got that Dave Portnoy one that's coming up a little later. I'm pumped about that because I don't know if you saw, but Dave Portnoy went to he does the one bite pizza thing where he goes to the pizzerias, he eats their pizza, he ranks them and everything else. And Portnoy just gave a dude who was running a struggling pizzeria that was struggling to stay in business, he just gave him $60,000 to keep it open, which just such a cool fucking thing to do, especially around Christmas. The only thing, there's two parts of me. There's a part of me that is sentimental and loves that kind of stuff. And then there's another cynical part of me that goes, yeah, but if this guy doesn't fix the shit that was going wrong with his pizzeria that caused people not to go, then that $60,000 is just going to stave off the inevitable, and he's going to go out of business again in 8 to 10 months. And I actively discourage that part of me. I go, no, stop it. There's no reason for you to think like that. The guy's fine. He's got his $60,000 from Portnoy. It's a nice story. He's going to turn it around. Shut the fuck up. You don't need to be a naysayer. So $60,000 from Portnoy. That's awesome. That's great. I absolutely love it. That guy's going to be on the road to riches, and he's doing great. Perfect. There we go. We're going to play that a little bit later today. First, Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, I'm here because I won't miss a chance to see Faggot Monkey shuck and jive in his shekels. This is truly a minstrel show of a gay man who only wants his alpha top wolf back inside him. Thank you, Professor Tie-Dye. He's always a friend. Thank you, bud. See, that's the grift today. I'm working on the holidays. Throw us some money. Let's do this Bill O'Reilly clip first. Bill O'Reilly, I miss him so much. I cannot tell you. There's a couple times a year I'll see a clip of Bill O'Reilly, and I went, man, I wish this fucking guy was back on TV, because Bill O'Reilly is like a window back into the 50s, and it makes you go, man, some of those guys could be giant pricks, but they do paint the world in a pretty cool way. He's like, oh, maybe if it was like that, it would be way better. And you got Bill O'Reilly on there, and you're like, God, that guy sounds like a giant fucking asshole. But, God, that world he's painting sure does seem nice. Bill O'Reilly's just kind of old school. Oh, wait, that's right. I'm sorry. I did have a drink on my birthday. SP just texted me and said, I took you out for drinks on your birthday, dickwad. SP and I did go out and have a drink on my birthday. But see, again, I don't consider that drinking. Like the bloody for the Vikings game doesn't count as drinking. Going to the bar and having a drink, I don't think that counts as drinking. And then, that's it. Those are the only ones. To me, drinking is an active thing. Did you drink yesterday? That's did you have 3 or 4? Actually, you know what? Did you have more than one? If you had more than one, then you drank. Having an alcoholic beverage, I don't know if I see that as drinking, quote unquote. That I got to be careful with that, don't I? Because that sounds like it could be indicative of a problem. Like that does sound like, yeah, okay, maybe you're right. Maybe one drink is drinking. You might have a point there. Mike with $5 says, thanks for working today. Thank you, Mike. That's how we grift today. We're grifting by working the day after Christmas. And again, anything over 100 today is going towards Monday. We got 60 in the bank right now in the first hour. Thank you, guys. Aaron, this woman is ratting you out. Think twice about this one. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I don't think one should be counted as drinking. I like the way this guy moves. I had a drink but didn't drink, a.k.a. I only take Coke to lower stress. I'm not addicted. New boot goes. See, but don't think that's exactly what I think about when I think about I had a drink, but I didn't drink yesterday. You're right. See, that's a bullshit fucking cope. That's like saying I'm not an addict. I saw an interview recently that Will Herron interviewed that chick Kay that goes to all of Nick's court appearances and everything. I don't know if you saw it or not, but so like she's been going to Nick's appearances and she's been talking about how she, as the child of an addict mother, is noticing a lot of unfortunate things in Nick's behavior that she went through as a kid. So she's been going online and saying all this shit and pointing all this shit out. And this was like, so it's again, another one of those moments where like, there's the guy I know. There's the guy I know showing up in public. There he's dropping the facade that he has on Twitter. There he's dropping the facade that he has on stream. That's the guy I know. So apparently this chick was at the courthouse for his settlement conference. And he picked her out and he walked toward her, just made a beeline for her. The minute he saw her, sat down and started like trying to brainwash her. Like he sat down and he's like, I think you and I got off on the wrong foot. Now remember, this is a guy who went on Melton's show and then told Melton that he had just DM'd him a bunch of photos of this woman and called her a hobgoblin. So it's not like, oh, I think we got off on the wrong foot. No, she called you out for what you are and you acted like a petulant, drunk child. That's what happened. You guys didn't get off on the wrong foot. You see, nothing is ever his fault. You know, it's always a mutual thing. Well, we got off on the wrong foot. No, you were a cunt. And he starts talking to this woman and spilling his guts about how he's not an addict. You know, he went through that whole thing. I don't have an addiction. I don't have a problem. He goes, it was all just a fun thing to do. Now, to me, that's worse. Like, I was watching that Will Herron interview and I went, oh my God, that's way fucking worse. I mean, if you could say I'm an addict, then at least if you say you're an addict, you'd be like, oh my God, you couldn't stop yourself. You know, you were doing all these things around your family, around your children. Again, 5 children, you're doing all of these things. He said it was just a fun thing to do. I wasn't an addict. It was just a fun thing to do. So if you're an addict, people will be like, oh my God, you get on the straight and narrow. I'm really sorry. You couldn't stop yourself. That's so terrible. That's a hell to live in. And then when you go, it was just a fun thing to do, that means that you didn't give a fuck about anybody. Like children, forget it. You didn't give a fuck about anybody and you were just doing it. You could have stopped. Like anytime an addict says, oh, I could have stopped at any time. You're like, well, then why didn't you? Like, oh, I could have stopped whenever. Oh, so it's not that you were an addict. It's not that you couldn't help it and you abused all these children. And yes, doing drugs in a house full of children is abusing them. You could have stopped at any time and you chose not to? You chose not to. He sat down at a bench in a courthouse and like didn't spill his guts to this chick. Was like totally manipulating this chick. And then he tells her, and then she goes on Will Herron's show and she goes, oh yeah, he was totally trying to handle me. He was totally trying to manipulate me. She goes, I saw the same behaviors out of my mother when I was growing up with her. And then he said something about how like he's been leaning on his oldest and his oldest has like helped keep them on the straight and narrow and blah, blah, blah. And then the woman who's being interviewed with Will Heron goes, I don't think he understands how horrifying of a thing that is. She goes, as a child, my mother did that to me because she was a junkie, and it has lifelong ramifications on you as a kid. It's called parentalizing a child or something like that. There's a phrase for it. And I was just like, Jesus Christ. But there was that moment where he goes, oh, yeah, where she said, oh, yeah, he said to me, I'm not an addict. I just did it because it was fun. It's like, so you could have stopped at any time, which he couldn't have, by the way. He couldn't have. He didn't stop until the police literally knocked down his door. You could have stopped at any time in your own head, and you chose not to. You realize that makes you a shittier guy. All right. All right. Jonesy the Cat, I'm sorry that you're a Nick person. I'm sorry that you're a sweeper, and I'm sorry that I came out of this looking better. I don't know what to tell you, Jonesy. Ryobi with $5 says, you see, drinking increases my tolerance from here to here. That's drinking. Yeah, okay, you know what? No, you guys are right. You guys are right. One is drinking. One is drinking. Sam Show says, the best thing about Nick is he's so lonely, he's just telling random people his deepest inner thoughts. That is weird. Yeah, like the guy who came to me and told me all the stuff that Nick's been telling him. I'm just like, bro, why are you fucking just blabbing this shit to random strangers? What the fuck is that? Like, stop it. And then I saw another thing I saw on the farms. They were like, Aaron now says he's not so sure of his source. I never fucking said that. Kiwi Farms, you guys are starting to lose it because there's a lack of content right now. I get that. You guys are starting to hear shit that I ain't saying. No, my source is 100% accurate. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, people saying brooms out for Nick. Thank you, Snowcat Tish. Parentification of children. Okay, that's the phrase for it. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Jonesy the Cat still coping over their beating, apparently. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you turned 50. Congratulations. You look pretty good for your age. Yeah, yes, I'm 50. Yes, I turned. Yeah, I turned 50. Thank you. I appreciate that. I turned $50. I turned 50 years old. If I turned $50, that'd be all right too. But no, I'm a 50-year-old man. Thank you for saying I look good for my age. I turned 38 years young. God bless. All right, let's go to this Bill O'Reilly clip. So Bill, I like him because he was like the old school political commentator. Bill was one of these guys who he had like a 50s sensibility about him. He was just there weren't a lot of frills to Bill O'Reilly. If you ever watched the O'Reilly Factor back in the day, and I was a kid, but fuck you, that was an entertaining show. Because Bill was like less political. Like Bill wasn't going to break down what the vote was going to be on the government shutdown bill, you know? Bill was like cultural. And Bill was like old school Mad Men. Like, no, he was before that. He was like Bible Belt, fucking Mr. Morality. And then he got caught on tape, like, I guess, sexually harassing one of his secretaries, like asking her where she's going to use a loofah and shit, like soap her tits up. Bill was a dirty boy. But Bill on his show was this like moral majority guy. And now he does interviews and he does News Nation and Newsmax and shit like that. And he's still, man, he hasn't changed a bit and he hasn't missed a beat. Bill is still Mr. Cultural Commentator. And Bill O'Reilly is not putting up with any of your newfangled politics at the Christmas dinner table. That shit's out of here. Let's listen. Are they giving old Bill an ad? Bill gets a 5-second ad. Nice. All right, let's go ahead and play Bill O'Reilly on Newsmax.
Right here with us. Holidays are coming up. We're going to sit across the table. Some people will have very different views.
Speaking of loofahing up some fucking tits, Jesus. What's her name?
And, you know, I don't know what it's like in the Bill O'Reilly house or if you have liberals coming over or people of opposing views. What would be
Well, at Christmas time, I just bring anyone but Jews over. That's all, Katie. Thank you.
your advice as we sit around the holiday tables with now the future in Donald Trump's presidency and some people who are still pretty angry about that, Bill?
Well, I wouldn't talk politics at all. Why bother? You know, the purpose of the holidays, Christmas and Thanksgiving, is to get family and friends together to talk about your lives. You know, what have you been doing? What have you seen that's interesting lately? And if somebody wants to inject partisan politics, you know, to me, and
I pick up mashed potatoes and I smash them over their fucking head. I don't put up with that shit in my house. We'll do it live. I jam a drumstick up their ass and I say, talk about football like an American. I can see Bill not putting up with that. Bill's the kind of guy who takes an awkward situation and enforces it by making it more awkward. Like someone will be like, yeah, Trump's going to be president. I don't know how I'm going to get through these next 4 years. You're going to get through it by being a fucking patriot, not talking about goddamn politics at this fucking table. Like, Bill will squash the problem. Bill will take care of they're talking about politics, but you're gonna need a solid 5 minutes of silence followed by very inconsequential small talk to recover from the aggression level that Bill brought it up to. Bill is radiation therapy. You know, Bill kills all the cells, hoping that he gets rid of the bad ones. Bill is not hey, can we please not talk politics at the table? Bill's a scorched earth kind of guy. And, you know, if you live in Minnesota, there really is no excuse for you guys talking politics at the Christmas table this year. You should have been talking Vikings and nothing but the Vikings. If you want to talk about the Gophers Duke Mayo Bowl game coming up, fine. You know, small talk. I get it. But it's too early to talk Timberwolves. And the Vikings are fucking crushing right now, and we're playing the Packers next. Come on. That's all you need to talk. Come on. I'm being serious here.
and this will come as no surprise to you, Bianca, I kind of set the agenda in my house.
I would get that.
I'm not a dictator, but
Right, that's it. It's just that if the women mouth off in my home, they know that they're catching the back of my hand, and I wear my rings on Tuesdays. That's all. I love that. This is like a glimpse back into the 50s. Bill's like, and you know this. I set the agenda in my home. I'm the head of the household over here.
kind of, set
You're at the head of the table,
I like
Bill.
to keep it funny. I like to
Bill's the fucking tribal chief.
keep it, light and lively. But heavy duty partisan politics, that's not happening in my house.
What are the safe topics?
I like that. I like Bill. Like I said, you can always count on Bill to give you the position that nobody gives anymore. You can always count. Bill's like the Japanese soldier who was still on Okinawa in 1965. Like, Bill's still fighting a war that everyone else thinks is over. Like, all the things now are like how to deal with talking politics at the table, how to get along with conservatives or liberals at your Christmas table. Bill's still fighting the war of, fuck that shit. You ain't bringing politics into my house. But I guarantee you in his house, Bill gets to talk politics. That's just the kind of guy Bill is. You can't talk about politics in Bill's house. But Bill will fucking wax poetic if you'd like to. Or not.
Topics then.
It's out of context.
It is. What are the safe topics then? Give us, if you can, give us maybe a couple.
It has to be. I try to get people to talk about their lives, to talk about what they have been doing. Did you go on an interesting vacation? All right.
Great. So Bill wants to talk about all the shit that nobody gives a fuck about. Do you have a PowerPoint of your vacation photos? You have a funny YouTube clip that you've seen recently. Oh, fucking great, Bill. Thanks a lot. Hey, how have you been doing in school? Great. I heard Trump say about school, don't you fucking talk about Trump in this house. Now tell me about the dream you had last night. You guys want a loofah for Christmas?
What are your I already know what their hobbies are, but how's this going or how's that going? And for the urchins, anybody under the age of 25, that's easy for me. So what do you like about the school? What is bad about the school? What's the most fun time you had? Is there anybody giving you a hard time?
Fucking any of your professors, the usuals. Do you like older men? Bill's just digging for info. That's all. The cynical part of me can go away for a second. Bill's Christmas table does seem nicer than most other people's. Bill's Christmas table seems a little more enjoyable. It's small talk. Yeah, it's not as exciting, but it does seem like a better time.
That kind of a thing. I'm like Don Corleone, okay?
Whoa, he's like Don. Jeez, which one, Michael or Vito? Because there's a big difference. Christmas is where I murder the heads of the 5 families and settle all the family business, and then we sit down for a nice meal.
At the head of the table, and people are talking to me, but Don Corleone had lines. We're not going to talk about our extortion rackets at Thanksgiving. Okay.
So wait a minute. I'm trying to follow the metaphor. In his retirement, Bill has extortion rackets. Bill O'Reilly became a mafia boss in his retirement. I'm losing the analogy here. He's like Don Corleone, so he's murdering people, or he's a family man. Wait, he has extortion rackets, or he's not talking about family business at the table. In what way are you like Don Corleone? You're scheming with a Jew to buy Las Vegas?
We're not going to do that. We're going to talk about your life and what you've been doing.
All right, this is good.
I never had a problem with any holiday, and they all come here. To my house on Long Island, and everybody seems to
because you got the biggest, nicest house. You get lost in the fucking thing, I'm sure.
Have a good time, and that's what it's all about. But if somebody is out of line, I will
fist them. I will punch them right in the fucking head and shove my fucking fist up their ass up to the elbow and let them know that that's not okay. Bill does seem like a really nice older man until you cross him, and then the enforcement is brutal.
I say, hey, let's go for a walk. And then me and the person will go for a walk, and we'll sort it out.
I'll shoot them in the back of the head and feed them to my dogs, like Don Corleone. All right. So there's a glimpse into Bill O'Reilly's Christmas. Bill O'Reilly's Christmas is essentially everybody talk about your college, everyone talk about your vacations, everyone talk about your hobbies, or I'll take you for a walk in the woods and fucking kill you. Sounds lovely. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says 38 years old is rough. He also with $2 says it's funny the vast majority of people don't bother talking about politics. None of the places I went to for Christmas, there were no political conversations. I don't remember any political conversations during Christmas. Let's go to Professor Tie-Dye with $1. Says, Aaron, you are not giving Kokeda the credit he deserves. I can't wait to hear this. You see, putting the burdens on his oldest son helps that son become the man Kokeda has never been. It's all a double bluff Kokeda psyop. Holy shit. Thank you, Professor Tie-Dye. I can always count on you to straighten shit out. Did the sweeper go away? Oh, she got her ass kicked again. We're too rough on people. That's what happens. Buffalo Jockey says the fun talk about the Vikings is discussing when they will be eliminated from the playoffs because it's inevitable as a Vikings fan. If we win this week, we're taking the 1 seed, right? If we win this week at home against Green Bay, we're beating Detroit. Their whole defense is on injured reserve. You understand that this week is the only week holding us from the 1 seed. And that if we get the 1 seed, Super Bowl bound, baby. And by the way, I have officially I've made it official. No steel toe vacations this next year. There will be no steel toe vacation in 2025. The only thing I will do in 2020, I will forego any vacation. I will forego any trip. And if the NFC Championship game is held at US Bank Stadium, I will go. Finish the Wall says, Aaron knows Bill. Bill some of his he gave Bill some of his best sexual harassment lines. I never gave Bill O'Reilly any sexual harassment lines, I promise. Finish the Wall says, perhaps most famously, O'Reilly fantasized to Macris, that's the woman, Miss Macris, how he'd like to shower with her and fondle her with a loofah, which he mistakenly called a falafel. I forgot that. Does anyone else have the Bernstein Bears Mandela effect thing going on where I swear I've heard the Bill O'Reilly phone call tape, but they say it doesn't exist because as part of the settlement, it was destroyed. I always thought that I'd heard it, but I think what I'm thinking of is the, who's the Entertainment Tonight guy? O'Brien or whatever? He was caught on tape talking dirty to a girl. But I swear to God, I thought I've heard Bill talk about the falafel. Yes, and you're right. He did. I remember that now. He did call a loofah a falafel. You don't just soap your tits up with the falafel. Bill, I'm sorry. It's not. No. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, being a Vikings fan is discussing when they'll be eliminated from the playoffs. It's only a matter of time. It's not, though. It's not. I promise. This year's going to be different. Finish the Wall says, you take all the funny out of what Bill said when you mistakenly said loofah. He was so jacked up, he said falafel. Yes, you're right. He wanted her to rub a falafel on her pussy, which I guess, like, in the same way, that can be funny, too. Or it's funny. That can be sexy, too, right? Like, if you try to make it, like, Melton would get turned on by that. He'd also wonder why she's not eating it. You know? He'd be like, can I have some? And she'd be like, of my body? He's like, no, that falafel. If you keep using it in the shower like that, it's going to get soggy. You won't be able to eat it. Eaton Clam says, Aaron has fondled many falafels. Finish the Wall says, I think Aaron is on the Celsius. No Celsius for me today. I've had just water. I have had nary an energy beverage, no food, nothing this morning. None. Rusty Grammer says there are no liberals in my family, so I don't get the luxury of arguing with family on holidays. That's all right. By the way, Rusty Grammer, can you keep carrying out my birthday wish in the YouTube chat today? I haven't looked at it, but if my birthday gift still needs gifting, could you go ahead and gift it? That would be great. I would love that. We all know Aaron loves his number one seed. I don't know what you're talking about. Eaton Clams says, you're definitely thinking of Pat O'Brien. That's it. Yeah, Pat O'Brien. No, Finish the Wall. Don't try to find the Bill O'Reilly talking dirty to the girl tape. It doesn't exist. They destroyed it as part of her sexual harassment settlement. He or Fox News cut a check, and they destroyed the tape. So we'll never get to hear Bill O'Reilly talk to a woman about using a falafel on her pussy, unfortunately. So, I don't know. Chevy fan says, no food? All this nigga does is lie. No, I've not had any food this morning. I don't like that. It's unbelievable to think that I've had no food. That upsets me greatly. All right, guys, hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. Throw a couple of bucks our way. No goals today, but if we do go over $100, I'm knocking it off Monday. I don't want to keep more than 100 for doing each of these shows, but we are waking up and we're doing it. We're doing it the day after Christmas. I don't know if we should have, but you guys are already up to $60, and by God, I appreciate that. Keep her going, keep her moving, show your appreciation for the toe. Okay, let's you know what? I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. And then we'll hit this Bill O'Reilly, or not Bill O'Reilly, we got a couple of Bill Maher clips. He had Jay Leno on his Club Random show, and he didn't get heated with Jay, but he got heated at Jay, if that makes sense. Like, he was using Jay as like a sounding board for, I don't know, Bill Maher, Jay Leno. It was like, because Jay's never been like social justice warrior guy. Jay Leno, he's never been like super right-wing guy, Jay Leno. He's always been kind of middle of the road, as it were. But Bill was like, and I think that's maybe why Bill went off in his direction, because Jay will always come in, yeah, I understand. I get what you're saying. Sammy Davis Jr. and Richard Nixon. Jay will just listen to you. And sometimes Bill just needs to be listened to while he goes off for a while. And then he went ape shit on Jay about DEI. And I'm actually excited. I haven't watched these clips yet. I'm excited to watch them because Jay, I'm interested to see how Jay responds to all of this. Because, like I said, Jay doesn't really get too passionate about these kind of things. But I'm interested to see, like, if he pushes back against Bill, if he agrees with Bill, or if he literally, like, I have a feeling Jay's just going to be a therapist throughout this whole thing. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to make you guys watch my Asian Vikings guy while I go to the bathroom and come back here. More in a moment.
Are insane at this moment in time, and if you sell, you could probably pay for next year's season tickets. I fully understand that inkling. Don't do it. Or sell them to someone that you know is a Vikings fan. Like, just skip Ticketmaster. Anyways, but yes, Jordan Love, hey, welcome to the House of Pain, man. Hey, everyone's talking about how you deserve to be the highest paid quarterback in National Football League history until Dak got paid. Now, every single penny you're going to want to return after pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, after sack 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. That's right. The Vikings defense going to get right. Hey, remember when the Vikings were up 28-0 in Green Bay, and then you had Jalen Naylor misplaying that punt, and then it swung the momentum the other way, and the Packers came storming back after the Vikings puckered up a little bit, slinging Sammy Darnold, led them on a key field goal drive to seal the game. Yeah, I remember that. Pepper Troy remembers it. The first half, minus Naylor, over and over and over and over again. The Vikings knocking down all the wood. They've had some puck luck with injuries. It looks like Ivan Pace Jr. is going to be back to full fitness, back with Cashman, whipping that ass, and all 4 quarters, all 3 phases, all 4 quarters, and get things done, get a big-time win. Because, I understand the Lions have a gimme putt against the 49ers on Monday night. I mean, plus you have the added motivation of, oh, hey, you know what's hilarious? So I don't think that the Lions are going to be back in the NFC title game, let alone the Super Bowl, anytime soon. All right. And I think that last year was their shot. Last year was their 85 Bears shot. Last year, they should have held on to that massive lead in the NFC title game against San Francisco, and they would have whooped the living bejesus out of the Chiefs. I firmly believe that. And that should haunt Lions fans. It should. Because they ain't getting there this year. Lions are going to end up as the 5 seed. They're going to go on the road and lose to the 4 seed, whether that's the Rams or the Falcons or whoever. And I'm going to cackle. Cackle. Hey, but at least Ben Johnson can design fake fall down pass plays. Congratulations. Good job. But, yeah, the NFC North division is congested, except for the Bears. Hey, remember when the Bears said that they're going to take the NFC North and never give it back? Hey, remember when all of the hype and everyone was all up on the ass of the Bears? Remember that?
That looks good. It's going to be 14-2 Vikings and 13-3 Lions after this week. They're going to lose to San Francisco on Monday night. Their carriage will turn back into a pumpkin, and we'll be okay. I'm going to guess while I was away using the gentleman's room that I'm going to go through the chat here, and I'm going to guess that there were no anti-Asian things said in this chat. I'm going to guess that you guys were very kind while I was gone. Oh, no, they were just being mean to me, calling me fat and whatnot. Okay. Asian people are notorious for football knowledge. Okay, and math. Okay, so there were only 2 negative anti-Asian comments while I was gone. All right. Here on Steel Toe, we call that an improvement. We call that an improvement. We decided not to do Rumble Friday, Thursday today. After we were going to kind of give it an hour and see what the audience wanted to do. I think they wanted to do both today. So now we'll change the grift message. Throw in a couple bucks. No goal. Over 100 goes to Monday. There we go. That's the grift today. Oh, no. What was the grift? That I'm working on Christmas week. Yes, that's the grift. I'm working on Christmas week. So then, yeah, that was the grift. You have to give me money because I'm working on Christmas week. That was whoever gave me that idea for the grift. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. That worked out well. Let me just get this message up and running. There we go. There, it's all pinned to the top of the chat now. Thank you very, very much. All right, let's do this Bill Maher thing. Nana's Clams already hates it. He hasn't even seen it yet. Gray Duckling with $5 says, how is being good with math an anti-Asian thing? Well, that's true. That's kind of a compliment, right? I mean, if you say Asians are good at math, but then, okay, let me be the resident liberal. What if you're an Asian who isn't good at math? Now, all of a sudden, you feel left out. Now you feel like you're black. And, do people really deserve to feel that way? I guess is what we're asking. Oh, also, Gray Duckling, the only person in the $100 club for my birthday week. What the fuck? I want to see more people in the 100 club for my birthday. Let's go ahead and do the first Bill Maher, Jay Leno clip we have here before Nana's Clams has a heart attack.
He just remember him hugging Nixon, and then
so what?
I know, but
it's just right there. You can tell when Bill's on edge during a clip from Jump Street. Like Jay's trying to point out that people have always been weird about politics. People have always thought that people shouldn't cross certain lines, and it's all bullshit. But Bill's just raring up, like he's ready to attack, just boom, right off the jump. Jay's like, remember when Nixon and Sammy Davis Jr. And Bill's just like, so what? And Jay's like, I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm on your side, Bill. Don't chew my head off.
at the time he was seen as a traitor.
It's so funny you mention that because like today we live in this time when you're not allowed to have friends from the other side or cross lines politically. And
But were you ever allowed to, like, think about it, like in public life, were you ever allowed to have friends from the other side? Remember, like, Hollywood tried to kick out all the socialists and communists out of like writers' rooms and directing and all that shit because, you know, we had the Cold War with the Soviet Union. So like you couldn't even write a movie if you were a communist. Which, I mean, look, the less commie influence in movies, the better, but it, you know, it's still not ideal to be cutting people out. You know, it's not like this is anything new.
Forgot that there's an example of that way back when.
Yeah.
A guy who crossed lines politically. Ooh, the worst thing you could ever do, be friends with a Republican? Call 911.
Yeah.
Okay, but doesn't this kind of work against what Bill Maher believes? We're like, oh, it's getting worse and people are this and people are that. I struggle with this regularly. Are we getting worse or is there just more sunlight on the way we behave? Like, were we always this partisan and now we get to talk to each other? Like, you're on the internet, you can see what other people are thinking all the time. Were they always thinking this way? Were people always this partisan and they were just able to hide it better? I don't know. There's a part of me that believes we're getting worse because I think we're getting less polite with it too. Like, we're becoming shittier about it. We're not just disagreeing, we're becoming more disagreeable. So that might be the case also. But there was never this time where we were like Democrats and Republicans got along wonderful. And there's always been some level of tension there.
This is what I fucking hate about the left. Like, you know, and they're not going to get me over to the Trump side, which they think they will sometimes. But
I don't know, Bill. They may not be able to get you over to the Trump side, but I do believe you're a lot fucking closer than you think you are, buddy. I think Bill's a lot closer to that Trump side than he thinks he is. He's like, they'll never get me over there. It's like, yeah, but they'll get you voting Republican a time or two.
just the idea that, you know, cut your family off for Thanksgiving if they voted for the wrong guy.
Well, yeah.
Fuck off, you fucks.
Well, I don't know.
And Sammy,
yeah.
but
That's Jay. See, that's what I love about Jay. Jay's like, well, I don't really know about that. That's really anything. And Bill's like, no, fuck them, those fucking fucks. And Jay's like, well, you know, I mean, sometimes people disagree. No, Jay, it's like this. Like, Bill, when he's talking to someone who's not like staunchly political, is so fun to watch because I think there's a point in the interview where the other person, in this case, Leno, realizes they're just a therapist at this point. Like when Jay's on, or when Bill's on with like Jane Fonda or somebody who's got a political opinion, he's fucking giving her and they're giving it back. But when it's Jay, Jay's just kind of back right now. And remember, Jay just fell down a fucking hill like a cartoon character. Like he just rolled down a giant hill, busted his face up all to shit, broke his arm. He got his face burned off by a steam engine like a year ago. Jay's been through some shit, but he's sitting back in his chair this time and he's like, you know what? I need to be here for Bill. Bill's going through a thing right now, and I just got to listen to him.
when he hugged Nixon, he was ostracized
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
by the left a lot. That was an early harbinger of that.
He just remember him hugging Nixon. And
So that's the first clip. Now, the second clip is Bill yelling to Jay about DEI. There's also a really nice moment where Jay, see, like you hear about the things that are important to Bill, and then you get to the things that are important to Jay, and there's a real like contradiction there. This is actually a very touching story that Jay told on Bill's show.
you know something? I had a foster kid for a number of years. She had spina bifida, and she lived to be 21 years old. And she's from the South.
Does that kill you that early?
Well, yeah. I met her when she was 6. And when she was 6, she was cute. And we became good friends. And as she got older and her body got more deformed, you know, she wasn't the cute poster kid anymore.
Jeez, is it just me, or is that like a really shitty way? I mean, I don't know. He fostered a kid with spina bifida. That's a class move. So I'm not going to shit on him too hard. But like, are you supposed to say it like that?
So I got to know her family better and helped take care of her. And they were very religious. And I would go down there, like we would go to McDonald's and we would have to hold hands and pray while the food came. And then one time we're in there and the Madonna song, Like a Virgin, comes on the radio. And we had to go outside until the song ended. And I'm thinking, well, this is stupid.
Why?
Well, just because it's
I love the juxtaposition there. Bill's lighting Bill's smoking weed, and Jay's like, well, they were a very Christian family when Like a Prayer came on. Or no, not Like a Prayer. Like a Virgin came on. They had to go outside until the song was over. And Bill's sitting there smoking weed going, why? Were they fucking retarded? What did they think it was immoral?
It's a Madonna song. I don't know. Okay, but then I went to their house. And these people, they adopted every kid nobody wanted. All the, kids from other countries.
Like Mia Farrow.
Huh?
Like Mia Farrow.
Well, yeah, I guess you'd say. But they had
12 of them.
Vietnamese biracial kids that had mentally retarded.
That's Mia Farrow.
And they love these.
You know what I love about Jay? Jay's being really like sweet and nice, but he's not using like any of the terms. Like I could just imagine Jay getting like canceled if he was still on the air because he didn't use the right words when talking really nice about these children with special needs being fostered and taken care of and talking nicely about it. But I could just see like, Twitter the next day just being, Jay Leno says that a bunch of kids looked retarded. And it's like, you know what he's trying to say.
Kids, and they took care of them. And I said, I'm not doing this. They live their religion. They're better than I am. So I just I just respect it for what I go. God bless it. You know, the people that don't live it, you know, like the Jimmy Swaggart types, you know. But these people, they lived it, and you know, they took everybody in, and they took care of them, and they raised them.
I'm not sure Mia Farrow loved them in the right way, but that's that's another.
Jay's like, I wasn't. Bill just doesn't give a shit. Like, Bill's like, can we talk about DEI and lefties and Trump and all this shit? Like, Jay Leno's talking about how he fostered a kid with spina bifida, and she had a family, and her family fostered a bunch of basically Island of Misfit Toys type, and it was a sacrifice, and it was a really sweet thing for them to do. And then Bill's like, I don't think Mia Farrow really loved them the right way. And Jay's like, I'm not fucking talking about Mia Farrow, asshole.
Sorry. But Jay, you know what? I can top you anytime. I've adopted over 100 strippers.
Really?
You know that from all over the country. And I have changed lives from here.
Over 50 girls. No girl under 50. Remember those?
What I love about Jay. Jay, like I said, Jay's kind of realizing at this point in the interview that he's just kind of Bill's therapist. He's there to just listen to Bill, go wherever Bill wants to take the conversation. That's it. Nana's Clam says, it's almost like Bill is a giant cunt. Yes, it is kind of like Bill's a giant cunt. And by the way, Nana's Clams, that's why I play those Bill Maher clips, because I knew you'd be commenting on them. You said one Bill Maher clip. Why do you have to do a Bill Maher clip? By the end, Nana's Clams has an opinion. Let me explain to the Meltons and the Chads and everybody else's how to fucking do this thing. What you just saw right there with Nana's Clams, that's all my job is. Get you to emote. You guys have this thing where people have to like you, or people have to hate you, or people have to... No. Your job is to get them to emote. I take people who think they don't give a fuck about certain things, and by the time I'm done spinning a yarn and talking about it and presenting it, that's why the British call us presenters. By the time I'm done presenting it to you, you have a fucking thought. That's what I do. You want to know why these motherfuckers can't draw an audience without talking about me? Because that's what I fucking do. I make shit interesting. I make you have a fucking thought. That's why I'm better than all of them. That's why I'm the best in the business. I make you have... Anytime you have a fucking thought because of what came out of my mouth, I won. Eatin' Clams with $8 says, thanks for the show today. Wow, thank you for the $8, Eatin' Clams.
Wow.
I appreciate that. No goal today, but anything over $100 today, we are going to throw at Monday's show. And right now, you guys have got us to 60, and we're not even halfway through. Thank you very much. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I appreciate you guys. Also, Rumble has this new feature in the bottom left, gifting subs. If you guys want to gift some subs and test that out, take that for a spin, I wouldn't mind that either. Thank you very much. And yes, we're doing a show the day after Christmas. And I'm very happy that you guys decided to join us today. Not bad either. Over 700. I knew we were going to be down today. I said we were going to be down about 200 or 300, and we are. We're down from 1,000 to about 700. So not bad. We were over 1,100 on the birthday show. Thank you guys very much for that. And thank you to Meme Copium for doing a little raid during our birthday show also. So one last Bill Maher, Jay Leno clip here. I love this one. Bill Maher, I don't know if you know this, but Bill Maher is no fan of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, this is another rant where Jay came up in a time and Jay came up in a format, The Tonight Show, where you didn't have a lot of like aggressive opinions on things like diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know, but Bill came up in a part of the business where that's what you do. You come up with hot takes. Bill was at the forefront of the hot take culture, whereas Jay was a little more traditional. So I want to see the juxtaposition of Bill Maher's take on DEI, which is it's fucking bullshit, it sucks, versus Jay's, which is going to be, once in a while, hire some black people. Let's see how they did it. Now remember, we're at the point in the interview now where Jay realizes his job is to be Bill's therapist.
that attitude, that idea, I admire so much, as opposed to the virtue signaling and the stuff that they do just to make themselves feel better about being ally. You know what? You want to be a good ally? Address the actual problems. Any racial problem in this country is not addressed by DEI and having programs like that. It's three things, and John McWhorter, the great African-American writer, names them. You know, better schools, don't graduate kids who don't know anything and have no skills, more dads, and the drug war.
Right.
Those are the practical things, and that's not what they care about talking about.
Right.
That's literally the whole clip. And there's Jay's whole take on it. Yeah, right. Like, Jay is so resigned to the fact at this point, he's like, I'm just here for Bill. That's all. Jay's smart enough to realize, he's like, I'm here for my buddy Bill, and my buddy Bill is having a tough time, and Bill is not really digging black people getting jobs for being black, and I really should be here to nod. I should be here to nod for Bill in his time of need as he tries to solve the race crisis in America. You're never going to catch Jay going like, yeah, I really don't think blacks are qualified for many jobs out there. Like, that's not going to be him. He's just going to be, I see your point. Like a guy, like a liberal friend of his could come in next and just say the complete opposite of what Bill said. And he go, yeah, no, I see your point. I totally get it. I understand. Kev, did you hear about this? Have you heard about this, Kev? Apparently they're hiring Negroes for no reason. Bill Maher told me that. Nana's Clam says 3 clips. Is this because we didn't send enough birthday cards? I mean, you guys get us up to $100. I'll play no more Bill Maher for the rest of the week. I promise. You get us up to $100. No more. Look, if you guys are going to present me with an option to grift, I will always take the option to grift. I've got Theo Vaughn and Candace Owens talking about Jews next. By the way, we've mentioned this on the show before. Theo Vaughn is low-key anti-Semitic as fuck. Like, is anyone else there yet? Is anyone else on that train? Because I probably shouldn't. Whoops. That wasn't the way I wanted that to come out. What I meant to say was, clearly, train was not the best vehicle analogy, perhaps, to use in this context. Nana's Clam says, I'll send $100 to ban Bill clips permanently. I'll ban them for the rest of the year for $50. How's that? That means none today, none tomorrow, none next Monday, none next Tuesday, none next Thursday, none next Friday. $50, I'll ban Bill Maher. And you know what? Shit, I'll give you the first week of 2025 too. So for the next 1, 2, 3 weeks, I'll give you a 3-week Bill Maher ban for $50. Deal. Coltrane says Bill is funny, so I don't mind. No, I like Bill Maher. But I also understand that, like, Bill is not slowly. Bill has become kind of the old man just kind of yelling at these damn kids on his front lawn. For sure. Bigot in Socialist Media says, in one donation, not 5 times 10. Look, I'm here to take the $50, however the $50 comes. If people don't want Bill Maher, I can be, if people bring up a thing, you know me, I'm the grift guy. Anytime. Holy shit. Give me a minute, guys. I got to do some math here. Okay. Thank you very much to Ryobi. Ryobi says, put me on the board, Fagmo. I purposely missed your birthday and Christmas goal. Tell Michaela she can still borrow that rusty razor blade dildo. Have a good 2025, Ryobi. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryobi with $250.
Wow. Do not clip that.
Fuck you, Aaron.
Fuck off and shut the fuck up.
Oh, buddy. Thank you very much, Ryobi, for 250. Holy shit. Give me a second. We got to put Ryobi on the board. Let's put Ryobi's going twice. There we go. Ryobi's on the board twice with his $250. Holy fucking shit. So, today and tomorrow, any money you guys throw in from this point on goes to Monday. You guys, every dime you throw at the show goes towards Monday's goal. I really fucking appreciate that. That is very, very nice of you. Oh, and Ryobi also sent me a show text as well. He said, PayPal, faggot. Thank you. Ryobi put no strings attached to that 250 either. He didn't say no Bill Maher. He didn't say no view. He didn't say no anything. I'll still do the $50 for no Bill Maher for the next month, though. I'll still do that. I'm a man of my word. You throw $50 at the toe and say no more Bill Maher for 3 weeks, I'll give you no more Bill Maher for 3 weeks. For sure. Wow. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Sam Show says $250. That means this show has to exclusively A-log The View forever. We will be the fundamental, the premier View A-log channel. Wow. Rusty Grammar is reporting that the coping is heavy over on YouTube. Which one is it, Rusty? Is it it's fake, or what's the main cope over on YouTube? How's the seething going today? Are they mad that their boy Melton tried to do a 24-hour stream and he had about as much success doing that as he does touching his toes? Oh, boy. And Chad went public with the fact that when people like my show or Chad's, Melton DMs them and says he has to choose between the two of them. What a fucking insecure fag. Thank you very much. I'm waiting for my report from Rusty Grammar. He says the coping is heavy over on YouTube. I need to know how. Finish the Wall says, I believe Aaron made 1,100. The 1,100. Well, let's see. Yeah, between the birthday show and now, yeah, I would say, yeah, 1,100 is probably about the number we're at. That's why rest of today, tomorrow's show, all of that goes towards Monday. You guys are ahead. Stay ahead. I fucking love it. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. Let's go to Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn said some shit that it, in and of itself, I don't see it as anything, but if you pair it with some other shit that Theo Vaughn has said, I think Theo Vaughn is trying to throw out some dog whistles to say, I don't know, maybe the Owen Benjamin types, shall we say. Theo Vaughn doesn't talk about politics all that often, but when Theo Vaughn does venture into politics, the Jews come up quite a bit, and it's fascinating to me because Theo Vaughn has this great career, sells out arenas or, at the very least theaters wherever he goes. He's got a very successful podcast. He gets huge guests, and he just fucking goes for it, especially on the Israel-Palestine thing. And then you see in this clip, he was talking about the border. So he's talking about illegal immigrants and all this shit. I think Celsius makes you right-wing. But Theo's one of these guys who doesn't really care about left versus right. He doesn't care about liberal versus conservative. So it's always nice to see Theo go political. And if he goes right, it's not because he's like, I'm on Team Republican. It's because Theo just feels that way. Let's go ahead and hear his thoughts on why the U.S. is banning TikTok. This was kind of one of those out of the blue moments.
So I don't believe that. I believe that they don't want people sharing the truth about the genocide in Palestine, and that's why that they're doing it.
Fuck. Now, again, this in and of itself is not like, oh my God, Theo Von's anti-Semitic. Oh my God, Theo Von's fucking giving it to the Jews. In and of itself, this is nothing, but I'm going to show you a couple more clips that we've seen throughout time where, I don't know, man, Theo is definitely not an Israel. Let's just say that Theo Von's not getting bought out by the Daily Wire.
I believe that that's what it is. And TikTok is one of those places where people can still do that. And they want to own it. They want to own it, dude.
Suppressing.
Yes, suppressing. Thank you so much. Yes, and I think, yeah. I mean, and people say, thank you. And
by the way, I now see what I look like when I'm drinking Celsius on the show. Theo's got the fucking bounce. That's what you do on Celsius. You're bouncing all over the fucking place. My legs tremble. I tap my feet up and down. The balls of my feet just tap, 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 tap. And then a little bit, and then I bounce a little bit. That shit will fuck you up.
People say like, well, we don't want China having our information. All these, they all have our, what are they? I don't understand sometimes what that means, you know? Like, what do you have my information? I have like 6 pieces of information. There's no way you don't have them.
I have like 6 pieces. That's a very classic Theo Von take. Theo Von is kind of that guy where you're like, hey, I'm not for these searches at the airport. And Theo's like, I ain't got nothing to hide, man. You can check through my suitcase. You're going to find Slim Jims and underwear, man. Like, Theo's not the kind of guy who's like, our 4th and 5th Amendment rights are sacrosanct and blah, blah, blah. No. Theo's more just like, hey, man, you want to throw me, you want to throw a search into my bag, man. Just don't break any of my Hummel figurines. You know what I mean? And now with the TikTok ban, they're like, hey, Theo. Because a lot of us, when we hear the TikTok ban, we go, oh, to stop the Chinese from fucking invading our information. Theo hears they're banning TikTok, and he goes, probably to stop the fact getting people to hear that the Jews are committing genocide. It's like, whoa. But again, you're probably looking at me right now, and you're going, Aaron, you're reading too much into this. I got a couple more Theo Von clips for you throughout history that show you that this is kind of a thing with him. First, Pakistan with 199 says, I'm nervous about Sunday's game. You know, for some reason, I'm not worried about this Sunday's game. We beat them in Lambeau, and that was with a second half meltdown. I mean, we tanked in the second half, and we still beat them. I feel like we're going to win this one comfortably. I do. Rusty Grammer says, oh, the cope on YouTube is either it's fake or they refuse to accept you have fans. Also, Michaela wants a shout out for causing Ryobi to give you $250. Michaela is a sweetheart. She's very damaged. She's got very serious mental problems. She's takes the internet a little too seriously. I believe Ryobi said he gave me the money for my birthday and Christmas, Michaela. He just wanted you to, his message to you, Michaela, was to go fuck yourself with a rusty razor blade dildo. I don't know if you got that from his message. The $250 was for the birthday and Christmas. If Ryobi wants to throw another $250 to explain to Michaela exactly what he meant, Michaela, sweetheart, I do believe he said that you should fuck yourself with a rusty razor blade dildo. His opinion, not mine. By the way, that's Michaela is the inspiration for this clip. Michaela pissed off Patrick from I'm Not Right, and he went on the rant that included this classic.
Fuck off and shut the fuck up.
Michaela kind of like wears out her welcome with every community she's in. I know she did with ours. She annoyed the shit out of people for taking shit too seriously. She annoyed Patrick for the same reason. Like, the Steel Toe crowd kind of ran her out of Dodge. And then she ran to Patrick to complain about me, Patrick and Corey. And then they both went, yeah, you're fucking insane. Stop. And then she went over to Patrick, and I think she found her home over there at Nobody Likes Onions because they're all like her. Like, they're the island of misfit toys. That's, like I said, when they go outside of that Discord, the entire internet just flames the shit out of them. So they're kind of like They're all Michaelas who have been like rejected by other more normal communities, and then they go into that one. So, Ryobi, thank you very much, but you're making them cope today, my man. Marcia says it's December 26th, and the high today is going to be 60. I do not miss the cold or shoveling, but the relentless humidity in summer makes up for it. Well, Marcia moved from Minnesota and moved to a warmer climate. Finish the Wall says NLO people are cruel to Michaela. She's wearing out her welcome there too. Is there anywhere that they don't hate this bitch? Michaela, if you meet an asshole, you met an asshole. If everyone you meet is an asshole, you're probably an asshole. Twitch chat says, so Michaela is a pedo? I don't know. I don't have any evidence. Triple N, I cannot accept that butter dish legally. Finish the Wall says, actually, it's a group in NLO that kind of hates Melton that goes after Michaela. Yeah, everyone's turning on him, too. They've been turning for a while now. The turn, as it were. But I told you that was coming. All right, so Theo Vaughn thinks that they're banning TikTok because of Israel. Now, Theo Vaughn, if you type in Theo Vaughn Jew, you get clips like this one.
A lot of American media is.
If you say that, that would be anti-Semitic, so I'm not going to go there. All right?
Oh, is that anti-Semitic?
See, that's what I love about Theo. Theo has positions, but Theo doesn't know what right wing is or left wing is. Theo is actually kind of the way you should be, in that Theo just has his opinions. He has his thoughts. He thinks about things. He has a thought. He says his thought. He doesn't go, is the right okay with this? Is the left okay with this? Like, or what I call Tim Pooling your opinion. And in this case, Theo has an opinion that Hollywood is run by Jews, and his guest is like, well, they say you're anti-Semitic if you say that. He's like, I didn't know that was anti-Semitic, meaning that Theo doesn't hate Jews. Theo just watches shit, looks at stuff, and then develops an opinion. I think that's the most pure place to come to an opinion from.
They're telling me everything that I say now is anti-Semitic.
I didn't know that.
But I'm saying that even the Jewish people in Israel telling you these are lies.
Well, my Jewish friends who, they say that. They say that the media is mostly run by Jewish folks. I don't think that that's...
But here's the thing, Theo. They, in the way it works, they, quote unquote, they are allowed to say it. You know, it's like the black people and the N-word thing, you know? Black person calls a black person the N-word, no big deal, no problem. White person does it, you might get some second looks, to say the least. Same thing with the goy. The goy are not supposed to point things out. Jews can go, yeah, we run Hollywood. But the minute a white guy goes, Jews run Hollywood, like, whoa, easy with the anti-Semitism there, Eichmann. It's a interesting double play.
It is.
They told me that.
It is. All of the corporates, all the CEOs, but that's a different. But I don't want to go into their intention. I'm just giving you a case that it
Look,
didn't
we can't
have.
say that though.
Well,
I love that. This guy is so clearly like, we should move on. We shouldn't really talk about the Jews running the media. Like, this guy's like a pro-Palestinian activist or like anti-Israel activist. And even he's like, I don't know if we should get into that. We should probably move on. And Theo's so innocent. He's like, we can't talk about that. You can't say Jews run Hollywood. Is that true? Hey, could you check my schedule? Have all my auditions been canceled? And this guy's like, I think we should move on. And Theo's like, wait, but Jews run Hollywood, right? I think we should really talk about something else. I'm talking about the ones with the funny hair and the weird hat on the back of their head. Yeah. I think we should probably... Can we go back to talking about war and genocide? These are more comfortable topics for me.
According to a bill that was passed by the Congress 2 months ago, there's now an anti-Semitic bill that any criticism to Israel will be counted as anti-Semitic. Any criticism...
Oh, and by the way, when you do that, when you pass laws that say criticizing Israel makes you anti-Semitic, they then add that to the hate crime reports. So when you're like, holy shit, how can anti-Semitic hate crimes keep going up year after year after year? They pass these laws that it's like autism. They broaden the scope of what it means to be an anti-Semitic hate crime. So if you say, hey, I think Benjamin Netanyahu is a borderline war criminal, and he's committing atrocities in the Middle East, that's looked at as critical of Israel. That's anti-Semitic. That now gets logged as an anti-Semitic hate crime. And then they can pad the stats.
To Jewish people who might have a dual loyalty to Israel and America, if you attack them, that will be called anti-Semitic. If you talk about AIPAC controlling the elections and giving money, that's anti-Semitic. And it's like, wait a minute, that's against the First Amendment of the United States. Because I can...
Well, no. I mean, it's not against the First Amendment. You can call someone anti-Semitic all you want. You can call someone racist. You can call someone intolerant. That's the thing about free speech, and that's why I love free speech, is that the people you disagree with get as much as you do. So you can say whatever you want about Israel and all that, and then other people can go, well, I think you hate Jews and I think you're anti-Semitic. That might not be true. That might not be how you feel, but they do get to say that. That's part of their free speech.
I have grown up seeing people shitting on everything, on the American president,
Oh, so you grew up in India. Oh, he's being metaphorical. I'm sorry.
Religion, on Jesus Christ,
gays, whites, blacks,
Jesus, whites, Muslims.
Jesus,
but when you
Santa.
But suddenly when you talk about Israel, which is a foreign country that we give aid, you can't speak. You can't talk about you're labeled anti-Semitic. Why?
So this TikTok thing is not the first time Theo Von has, it's not the first time Theo's ventured into this. Here's a clip of Theo on Rogan.
True. Yeah, it's not true.
Well, why? I don't understand why left-leaning media, which is mostly Jewish, are calling people white supremacists, dude.
Jewish? Did you just say that?
Yeah, I just don't understand.
Left-wing media is mostly Jewish?
I mean, according to my Jewish friends, it is, you know? But why do they hate white guys?
It's just woke things, man. It's just virtue woke bullshit. It's like
I just don't understand it.
Joe, it's more than that. It's more than woke bullshit. Theo Von's asking the question of why are they so critical of white people? There's a reason for that. There's a reason. So yeah, this is not okay. Here's another clip of Theo here.
We found out there's a new restaurant that had opened that was run by the Israeli mob.
Oh yeah,
and it was called Joey's, and
called America.
It was about one of their guys.
It was run by the Jewish mob, and Theo goes, "It's called America." Woo. I don't know if it's his likability. I don't know if it's his aw shucksness. I don't know what it is. But, like, Theo gets away with, like, do you ever hear Theo Von in trouble for being, like, quote-unquote anti-Semite? I never hear of him being in trouble. He's the only guy I know. Like, Gary Oldman got lectured. Mel Gibson got all kinds of shit. Theo Von, they just, nothing. But, yeah, they, As far as like why do these Jews hate white people? Why are they so anti-white? Blah blah blah. Well, the reason just look. It's kind of like when you ask questions about Islam. Like, just go look in their text. Go look at what they like. Go look at the book. Go consider the source, and you'll find out. Like, you like hardcore Christians, you'll be like, why are they anti-gay? Go read what they believe. That'll tell you why. You know, the marrying first cousins in Islam. Why are Muslims in Britain fighting against a bill that would ban cousin marriage? Go read the Quran. Go read Muhammad's own words. Why do Jews not like white people here in America? Or why do they think white people are inferior? Read what they think about the Goyim. Go ahead. Read about it. Sam Show says Theo's a hot potato. I mean, is he? If they crack down on him now that he's so likable, more people will notice, and noticing is anti-Semitic. You know what? That's not a bad theory about the Theo Von thing. That's an interesting point that maybe Theo is so likable that if you jump on him and you try to cancel him for doing that, then maybe you make him more sympathetic. Possible. Let's go ahead and check out this. So now we have, I personally, I know Candace Owens is married, But I do believe that Candace Owens, we need to get her and Theo Vaughn together. I think we need to get Theo Vaughn and Candace Owens hooked up somehow. Because you listen to the two of them, and boy, it feels like they could have a conversation for days. Far-right provocateur Candace Owens melted down. See, I hate this. Melted down on Monday. Probably not. I'm going to go ahead and say Candace Owens did not melt down on Monday. I'm going to guess that she probably tweeted a few times and then went about her business. But everything you do online is what you do in real life. Everything you do online to these people that's who you are, and that's who you only get to be. Not everyone takes Twitter as seriously as the people who write these articles. Maybe Candace Owens does. I don't know. But I doubt that she melted down. We don't value words anymore. Melted down used to mean something. Melted down used to be like what the character of the villain in your favorite TV show did in a season finale. He just completely lost it and went ape shit. Melted down. Leo DiCaprio was melting down in the movie Wolf of Wall Street when he gave when he was doing coke and abducting his kid and taking off in the car. That was a meltdown. Okay? That's where we draw the line at meltdown. Candace Owens tweeting some shit at people, that's not a meltdown. Owens was fuming at the Babylon Bees joke on their website, which led to its editor-in-chief doubling down and roasting critics online. All right, how bad could it have been that Babylon Bee made a Candace Owens joke? The Bee published a piece. Now remember, the Bee is like the Onion. It's a satirical outfit. The Bee published a piece on Sunday titled, "Candace Owens horrified to learn about Christmas was started by the birth of a Jew." See, because Candace Owens has been critical of Jewish people, and in 2024, she left the Daily Wire because her and Ben Shapiro didn't agree on Israel. And if you're going to work for Ben Shapiro, you can't talk about how Israel might be partly to blame for why things are the way they are in the Middle East. Owens exited the Daily Wire after feuding with Shapiro over Israel and anti-Semitism, and has made headlines throughout 2024 for her attacks on Jews. That's another thing. Melted down, attacks on Jews. Candace Owens has never attacked a Jew. Candace Owens has criticized Israel, but you see, that's the words they use. Criticizing Israel is now attacking Jews. Being critical of how Israel is conducting itself in Gaza, that's now attacking Jews. That's, oh, you're attacking me. You're being so violent with your words, including claiming that a small ring of Jewish people in Hollywood and D.C. are involved in a sinister plot. Well, Mr. Weinstein, it's time for your prison checkup. She ended the year being labeled the anti-Semite of the year by a right-leaning watchdog group. Hey, she's number one. Theo Vaughn edged out again. There is no, now the watchdog group warned there is no psychotic rabbit hole too extreme for this poisonous hater. Come on. The Babylon Bee's editor-in-chief, Kyle Mann, defended the article on Twitter, writing, "I think you maybe didn't get the joke. Let me try to explain. It's that Candace Owens was horrified to learn Christmas was started by the birth of a Jew. Hope this helps." It's really kind of like any other joke that the Babylon Bee does. It's a little boomery and it's a little easy. It's not holy shit, spit out my water funny. It's the best way I could describe the Babylon Bee's humor. It's cute. It's cute. It's quaint. So people were tweeting. So then Candace Owens decided to tweet back. Now let's see what this meltdown looks like. Remember, this was a meltdown that Candace Owens was having. Everyone is just starting to see the agenda behind your jokes. Hope this helps. Oh, because this guy was, this Scott Horton guy was accusing the Bee of smuggling Zionist bullshit into regular anti-woke right-wing sensibilities. So now Candace Owens says to the Babylon Bee guy, people are just starting to see through your jokes. See, like, if I'm Candace Owens, that, I don't really need to respond to that. Like, that just seems like a waste of time, and it's a battle you're not going to win. Owens continued fuming at the Bee. Now, remember, she's had a meltdown now. She's fuming. She's attacking Jews. This seems a little, what's the word? Not rhetorical. It seems a little incendiary. This seems like it's purposely inflated a little bit. She says, 1, they never make jokes about Jews. That's part of the feedback. 2, we aren't asking for it to be censored. We're asking for it to be funny. No one asked for Alec Baldwin to be censored on SNL. We just didn't think he was funny and noticed he was just sort of an angry man. I mean, the Trump stuff was pretty good, right? Alec Baldwin did good with the Trump stuff. She later replied to another user. See why? I only have like 5,700 followers on Twitter. And I can't be bothered. I don't care. People write whatever you want. You know, I don't have to see it. I don't have to look at it. I don't have to respond. I put my horse shit out there. You put your horse shit out there. Yours is horse shit. Mine is horse shit. Don't value mine. I don't value yours. But for these people that just respond endlessly to criticism of themselves on Twitter, it's like, what are you expecting to happen? Are you expecting to change this person's mind? They hate your guts. Let them hate you. It's okay to be hated. But they all have to get in there and write this big thing on Twitter like, yeah, I'll win. No, the minute you start engaging, you fucking lose. These people don't want to like you. They don't want to understand you. They don't want your side of things. They don't want your opinion. They've made up their mind. They think you suck. Leave them alone and let them do their thing. And then you have more free time to go do whatever the fuck makes you happy in your life instead of sitting there on your phone like, oh, here's the tweet that I'm going to write at this guy that's going to make him stop. The worst I'll ever do, like on YouTube comments or anything like that, is I'll write to a guy who's like, I fucking hate you. Your show fucking sucks, this and that. I'll go, boy, I really seem to be able to make you react to me. Go ahead. I'll let you have the last word. They don't like that. They want you to keep going. They want you to keep arguing. Giving someone who's shit posting or being really angry, telling them that you'll give them the last word, most of them won't write anything after that because now you're in their head and they're like, well, now if I post something, I took the last word that he gave me and that looks like an own for him. But if I don't respond, then it looks like I gave him the last word. I can't let him have the last word. And you're just like, I was just being a dick, bro. Like there was no intention behind this. I'm just being an asshole. The managing editor of The Bee, Joel Berry, responded to Owens' posts, adding that Candace Owens is really spending Christmas Eve melting down about a Babylon Bee joke. Now, in fairness, I think you're both retarded for writing about this on Christmas Eve. I'm glad because you give me content to talk about and I can feel better about myself. That's nice. But this idea that they're like, oh, yeah, she's spending her Christmas Eve melting down. First of all, she's not melting down. She's kind of calling you guys out for something. Just like you made a joke about her, she's shitting back on you. And you can't go and write shit and make satirical posts and then go, oh, look, this person's melting down over the... Well, you're taunting them. Sometimes when people get taunted, they melt down. She later replied to another user, are we required to think the Babylon Bee is funny when they take so many shots at Christians and mock Mary and then go, it's just a joke? We can take a joke. Maybe their writers can learn to take an opinion. People simply aren't finding them as funny as they used to be. Seems fine. Like, again, that doesn't really seem like she's melting down. You know, that doesn't seem like she's losing her shit or she's going crazy or, you know, it really just seems like you're all bitches. And like all of your egos are way too fucking big. Like, all of you are just like, no, they're melting down at me. No, they're not anti-Jewish enough or whatever. I mean, see, I agree with Sam's show. Like, isn't she kind of in your head because you're both kind of in each other's heads in a way. Like, the best thing you can do is either not respond or do what I do, write something quick and walk away. I either write something shitty and sarcastic and walk away giggling, or I just don't write anything. But these back and forth, these long back and forths, and I don't respond to people with like no follower. They have to be people I'm aware of or people I've spoken with before. Like, to go in and just start responding to randos on Twitter and explaining yourself to them, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Bigot on socialist media says if they think this is a meltdown, they're fucked with. Yeah, I'll show you a meltdown. Chevy fan says Aaron had a meltdown over the holidays. It's when the children used all the gravy. See, now there's a reason for a meltdown. Melting down over a joke on Twitter. So now what does Candace Owens do now? She melted down. She has to be reformed and brought back up now that she's clearly melted down from this whole thing. It's all a show. It's all a show. Let's get to the Dave Portnoy thing we talked about a while back. We said we were going to do this later in the show. By the way, thank you to Ryobi for the $250 earlier. Holy shit. We said anything over 100 today and 100 tomorrow would go towards Monday. And I guess that means what? We've made 310, 320 at this point. So everything that goes in from now on, anything you guys donate to this show is going towards Monday. Do me a favor, between today and tomorrow, let's fucking knock out Monday and stay ahead. We can, oh my God, we could have a goalless rest of 2024 if we knock out Monday morning, Monday night, and Tuesday morning. That's it. We got after this week, we've got 3 shows left. So we are $60 into, no, $110 into Monday. So if we could knock out Monday, and then by the end of Monday morning, knock out Monday evening, and then by the end of Monday evening, knock out we could have no goals for the rest of the year. That would be huge. This is the Dave Portnoy. So Portnoy went to a pizza place over the Christmas break here and found out that the place was having some financial trouble. And one thing that is really commendable about Dave Portnoy is that over COVID, he raised money for restaurants and bars that were locked down and small businesses that were locked down while the Targets and the Walmarts of the world got to stay open. He raised money for them and helped see them through the COVID period. He's a really good guy.
For the snowstorm, Presidente.
Yeah, all right. Oh, he said watch out for the snow. I didn't know what the hell you were talking about. Tiny brick oven. That looks good. We have this whole backstory. I didn't let him remake it because we're leaving the city. We're parked illegally.
Wow, the pleasure is all mine.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
All right, we're picking up a pie. It's utter awesome.
This is unbelievable. Yes, sir. I got to make you another one, man.
I don't have time.
You don't have time?
I'm sorry.
All right, okay. Oh, my God, man, this is incredible.
Looks great, though.
This is so wild, man. Can I get a selfie with you?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, my gosh, man. You're like my hero, bro. Like, when all these businesses were shutting down and you were, like, doing all those grants and everything, and, like, I was like, man, this guy is the deal. It's the real deal, man.
I appreciate that.
Gosh darn, man.
I'm glad we hit this spot.
I'm glad you hit it, too. I didn't even know you were in Baltimore,
yeah,
man.
We just got into the day.
Welcome to Charm City, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
God, this guy. You know what? This guy is, though, like, a Barstool fan. Like, when I think of what a Barstool fan is, I pretty much see this guy. Like, this is, I don't mean like a guy who likes Portnoy or anything else, but I mean like a diehard fucking would buy the merch kind of Barstool fan. This is it. He's in multiple fantasy football leagues. He DraftKings the shit out of stuff, you know.
So cool. Wow. This is, you know, one of my customers here she's been tagging me because we're getting ready to close. And she was like, oh, like...
What do you mean you're getting ready to close?
We're getting ready to close, man. We can't get our liquor license here. It's been like crazy.
Closed forever?
Yeah, forever. And she was like, oh, like Stool Presidente can help you. He's like from my hometown. I'm gonna tag him. He's gonna show up.
I was really hoping this wouldn't happen. I really didn't want this to be part of it. So Portnoy's gonna do something really nice for this guy and this pizzeria here by the end of this clip, but I was really hoping he wouldn't like bring up the. But then again, I guess how would Portnoy know that they're shutting down? But I didn't want him to bring up Dave Portnoy because like now I feel like Dave Portnoy's like obligated to help. She's like, oh yeah, one of my employees says, oh yeah, write to Dave Portnoy, he'll help because we're going out of business. And I wanted this to be more like they were having a conversation and this guy was like, yeah, we're shutting down. I'm glad you made it in. We're going out of business. And then Portnoy went, how much you need to stay afloat? He went, probably this much. And he was like, well, shit, here you go. But instead, it's, I didn't want the sob story first.
I was like, well, we're just not making any money, man. It's been crazy. The thing is, our politicians gave this market down here their liquor license, but they won't give us ours. It's been crazy, man. It's been totally crazy. But when you walked in, I immediately thought of her, man. I was completely blown away. Like, I thought, like, maybe she was right. Maybe she tagged you, and you were like...
No, she didn't tag me.
That's so wild.
Well, I hope this pizza's great now.
I mean...
So what happens if this pizza's great and you start getting busy and making money? Can you stay open or no?
I think we'll have to stay open. We're going
to have to keep this place open. Is it good?
This is so great. Only the best. Only the best for you, my friend. If we can get you anything else, you know...
No, I'm just here for the pizza.
Of course. We know how you do, man. This is so amazing. I've seen like every review you've ever done, man.
I gotta pay for it.
Well, I don't know.
No, I'm paying.
Guys like, what are you fucking paying for it for? I'm going out of business. I don't give a shit. Sign my tits.
All right, you told me you're making no money and I pay for it.
Okay, all right, that's up to you, man.
I'm hoping this pizza is great. Let me open this box.
We make the best, man. We make the best in Baltimore, no question. I mean,
now see, here's where the cynical side and the emotional side of me conflicts again. The cynical side of me would love to have Dave Portnoy try it, fucking hate it, stick his head in. He goes, "You deserve to go out of business, you fucking hack," and then just leave.
Excited that you're in this city, man. Baltimore is a very beautiful city. We've got a lot of cool people here. Oh my gosh, man.
Wait. Baltimore's a cool city? All right, let this guy's pizza place close. Let's not. Baltimore's isn't Baltimore the place where the guy was carrying the sword and he was writing in sidewalk chalk that certain areas are no shooting zones? And then didn't that guy who carries the sword end up getting shot? Like it's what I think of when I think Baltimore.
Man, this is...
What's your name?
I'm Will.
Will, nice to meet you,
man,
Will.
the pleasure is all mine, man. This is incredible, bro.
Oh, please be good.
He's like, oh, God, what am I supposed to do? Like, if it sucks, can you even say anything now? Like, the place is going out of business. So, like, even if the pizza's fucking terrible, are you allowed to say it's terrible?
Good undercarriage.
Good crunch. Oh, I like it. It's got some bite to it. The bottom of the pizza is done. A lot of these pizzerias, they got sloppy bottom pizza. Don't stop it. Don't. Because I know what you're going to do. Because I said that. But that's got a little, you can hear the bite to the bottom of the crust. It seems like it could be good.
Okay. This is a reheat in very good. Thin New York kind of style. Like, I really like it. I'm not gonna lie and say it's better than French or anything like that. That's far away. There's no way this place should be going out of business. None. So, that guy was the most upbeat guy you're ever gonna have. Christmas spirit, Will. I'm gonna give this pizza and here's the thing right here. Thank you for your purchase. Love all, serve all. He's a veteran. Voted best pizza in Baltimore. Every purchase supports a veteran. Closing December 25th unless you help us by clicking tinybrickoven.com/support. How much money is this motherfucker?
I'm going to respond to this motherfucker.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
How much money do you need to stay open for like a year?
It's a really good question. I'm not sure.
Well, that might be one of the reasons you're closing down. Hey, how much money you need to operate for a year? No fucking clue. Oh, okay. Well, that's not the... As an investor, I would not feel confident in throwing a couple bucks this guy's way. How much money you need to operate for the year? No clue. Oh. Aren't you asking for people to support you to stay in business? Don't you know how much you need? Nah, not really. Kind of winging it.
Well, if there was somebody super rich right in front of your face who's in the pizza business, and by serendipity he's like, what do you need to stay open for a year? You got to give him some figure, because then he's going to walk away.
Right.
No, I know it. Listen, I think we could probably get our liquor license and continue to stay open if we had 60,000. Would that be
done? Done.
Oh my God, that is unbelievable. Hey!
Yeah, let's go.
Presidente!
How do I get in touch with you? Just here?
Listen.
Fucking cry, bitch. You got to cry for this. Come on. People like Dave Portnoy give you the money so you'll cry. You got to cry a little. You're just going to be like a happy, the upbeat retard pizza guy that you are. Just honestly, when he came in and goes, can you make me a cheese pizza? Oh my God. Yeah, I totally can. Can I give you $60,000 to keep your pizza place open? Oh my God. Yeah, you totally can. It's the same. You need to cry. You need to sob. And then you need to try to hug. And he needs to awkwardly push you away because you smell like dough and shit. And so he's got to maintain a little bit of his elitism. And you've got to cry. And then he's going to be like, it's okay. It's okay. He's got to push you off you a little bit. You need a whole show here.
You can contact me anywhere.
Is that your number?
Yeah, that's our number here at the shop. You can email me. I mean, I follow you on Instagram.
I'll text this number.
Absolutely, 100. Oh, that's actually that's our landline. Let me give you mine.
Give me yourself.
Yeah, come in.
This guy's screaming him. You can just text me.
Oh my gosh, man, this is unbelievable.
Baltimore's a lovely man. Baltimore's a really cool city, is it? Yeah, I walked outside. A guy just starts screaming at me.
Unbelievable.
Or I'll send you a text right now.
Wow. I'm gonna cry, man. I'm gonna cry.
Cry, fucker. Come on. That's what we're all here for. God, if this guy doesn't cry, it's so fucking disappointing.
Listen, you have no idea. The whole neighborhood is like so crazy wanting us to stay open. Like, we do the Pay It Forward program.
Well, then why don't they fucking buy pizza then? I hate it when people do that. I hate it when a place is going out of business and then people go, oh, but I love you so much. You're so great. You're so amazing. It's like, well, obviously not. Your pizza's so good. Yeah, you like the idea of my pizza, but you don't like my pizza. If you're not, like, we're not going out of business because you came here too much.
I saw that. I love that.
Yes, sir. That's it. I mean, we've fed the homeless so many times. We've done all these things, and like our politicians just turned their back on us. I was really disappointed.
Well, make the homeless pay. Take their cart full of cans when you give them a pizza. Stay in business.
Well, karma then. This is good timing for us to come in.
Such good
I'll text
timing.
you. I'm going to figure out. That's the number. You'll have it before Christmas and keep you open for a year.
Oh my God. Wow.
Pizza was good, too.
Thank you. What was the score?
7-9.
Hey, 7-9.
A little bit of a like in that, and I didn't let you recook it either. It was sitting there, so it's gone. Really
I appreciate
good.
you.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
You too. What's up, Dave?
He didn't cry. That's so disappointing that guy didn't cry. Cry in front of Dave Portnoy. It's okay. Your business got saved.
Hey, I love what you do, brother.
I cried when Ryobi gave me the $250. Every $250, I cry.
That cost me 60 dimes right there, but whatever. I'm a nice motherfucker.
What do we got net worth-wise for old Portnoy? Dave, that was a really nice thing of him to do. Especially, like, that's the deal, though. Like, you don't know what that guy's doing. You don't know his business practices or anything like that. Like, how do you know you're not just wasting it? I guess it's a nice story, right? Dave Portnoy net worth. What kind of damage does 60,000 do? He's worth $100 million. Yeah, I think he'll recover. I think he can swing it. I mean, he might have to move some things around, may not be able to cash the check until Monday, but he'll be able to swing 60,000, I think. He'll be fine. Chevy Fan says, do a Casey's Pizza review, Aaron. All right, here's the deal. Here's what we're doing today. So Chevy Fan wants me to do a Casey's Pizza review. You know me, I'm always looking for a grift. Nobody wanted to do the $50 Bill Maher bet. They asked how much to ban Bill Maher. I said $50. Nobody really was feeling that. Casey's Pizza review today. Make a video, Casey's Pizza. I'm going to go $50. $50 we do a Casey's review. Either on the show or a separate video. Whoever throws the 50 for a Casey's Pizza review, they get to decide if it's on stream or if it's its own separate recorded video. Your call. Ryobi says, I can't believe I gave you that money. Retard alert, retard alert, retard alert.
Oh, buddy.
What? There you go. Sam Show says, even if you puke, I'm not gonna puke. Helgi says, do a Quick Trip Pizza versus Casey's Pizza matchup. Dude, whoever does the 50 gets to choose what I do. McBuster says, Ed and Michelle destroy Casey's. Coming soon. I could go for some Ed and Michelle today. How much time do we have left? An hour 20? I think sometime in the 9 o'clock hour. Oh, they just did another one. They went to a Japanese seafood buffet. We could listen to them somehow bitch about a Japanese seafood buffet. And by the way, when you watch Ed and Michelle videos, make sure you throw a little steel toe shout out in there. We want to get Ed and Michelle on the program one of these days. The game has changed. Kumo Japanese seafood buffet. Eastwood Mall they did a mall food court review. Okay. Oh, they're branching out. They're doing like Ed versus Mr. Mouse, Taylor Swift Summer Retreat, Rhode Island, Nutcracker Museum. Oh, so they're doing like they're doing more than just food reviews. I don't like that. I don't like Ed and Michelle doing more than food reviews. I don't like shit. While at the laundromat, I spotted a mouse. Okay. I don't like this. I only want Ed and Michelle doing food things. I don't want them branching out and doing variety shows. Where did he go? He's probably hiding from the gigantic humans that are stomping around the fucking laundromat selling meth. Yeah, this is dreadful. Ed and Michelle, don't do this. Holy shit, a mouse. No fucking way. Go eat a buffet. That's what we want to see you guys do. Get sauce on your face. Drip it down your shirt. I don't want to see Ed sit there and film an old wash machine with rotted out floorboards. The least surprising thing about this place is that there's a mouse in it. With all that sweet YouTube cash, Ed and Michelle can't get an in-unit washer and dryer? Come on. Under there, we just watched where he went. He's under the thing. He's hiding. These animals have not lasted millions of years, Ed, because they just come out when shoes are stomping. You ever seen the bottom of a shoe, Ed? It's the perfect mouse killing device. It's just boom, right there. Well, there he is.
I don't think you're going to get him to go outside. Here, you open the door and I'll chase him for you.
They're trying to get the mouse outside. Ed's like, I don't think we're going to get the mouse outside. No shit. You're not going to get the mouse to leave the climate-controlled 72-degree laundromat with hot washers and dryers going off. You're not going to get him to go out into the cold Ohio Christmas winter Wow. Shocking revelation from Ed and Michelle. This makes me mad. I'd rather watch them go to Speedway and try the tornadoes again.
Open the door, and I'll try to get him to go out the door. Where is he? Oh. He ain't going to come out now because he knows that we're onto him. That's hilarious.
Ed, can we practice basic sound mixing here? Like, look. See, like when you want to talk, Ed? Here's what you can do with the music. Check this out. Hey, Ed, go get that mouse. That's fucking bananas, man. See if you can get him to go outside. Now the music is
Come
up.
on, Mr. Mouse, come on out. I'm making a video for this. This is hilarious.
Yeah, you know Ed. He goes walking around town, and sometimes he just sees content, baby, and he's got to fire up that camera.
Good win over here.
That's it?
Yeah, I think I saw another one. Well,
of course he's got a Coke.
You guys are on your own now. Just went into that little spot over there. Yeah, they got to pull these things out and clean underneath there. All right.
Great. So, 2 minutes of you going, oh, look, it's a mouse. Thanks, Ed. Buffalo Jockey with $50 says Casey's Pizza is disgusting. Point 3. All right, Buffalo Jockey, here's the deal. Am I doing this like as part of a live show? Or am I ordering a Casey's Pizza and doing like the whole Dave Portnoy shtick with the pizza? Which Buffalo Jockey gave the $50, so he gets to decide how we do it. Thank you very much. And now we're at $350. I mean, I could be a lazy asshole and take tomorrow off now, but I won't. We will do Rumble Friday as promised. And that now we're under 300 for Monday. Power Windows says do it live. All right. Well, I don't have anybody who can like get me a Casey's Pizza right now and bring it here to do it during the show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to either today or tomorrow. Actually, today might be the best time to do it. Today, I'll order the pizza, I'll go live, or I'll record it and post it up, is what we'll do. Buffalo Jockey says, that's up to you, boss. All right. Then I'll order a Casey's Pizza. I'll eat the thing. I'll record it. I guess, fuck it, we'll do it live, huh? That's easier. King Kong Dong says DoorDash, cunt. Well, DoorDash, hold on. Does DoorDash do Casey's? Let's see. Where's my DoorDash at? There it is. Someone says just call cheese. Mr. Beat says Patrick Melton loves cheese pizza. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Loves cheese pizza. All right, Casey's Pizza. That's what we got to find. Starbucks, Chick-fil-A, Panera, McDonald's, Taco Bell, Wendy's, Southtown Liquor. The fucking liquor store delivers. What's wrong with these people? Oh, there we go. Casey's. All right. We could do Casey's. What kind of pizza are we doing? Are we doing cheese? Are we doing breakfast? Taco, supreme? What's the deal? What are we doing? What kind of pizza are we reviewing from Casey's? We'll do this right now. I think we could probably get the pizza by the time the show's over. They're saying get a cheese pizza for Melton. That's kind of funny. Jizz, your favorite? That's unnecessary. All right, we'll do a cheese pizza. Large original crust. Yeah. Let's do a meat. Well, I just did a fat guy thing. I was going to do a medium instead of a large. But then I went, it's only $1.50 more to do a large. You know what? I have to do the sausage pizza, I think, though. Have to. Because cheese pizza all fucking day, really? Here we go. Sausage pizza, large. There we go. Check out. And get me the fuck out of here. I want a tip. Continue. Oh, there we go. Dasher tip. Perfect. Here we go. Place order. Between 25 and 40 minutes, our pizza will be here. Perfect. Okay. So, got our pizza. Should be here by about 9:18. And we'll do our review. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you don't have to. Yes, I did. I said if someone gave me the $50 that I would do a Casey's Pizza review. It's only fair is fair. And I haven't eaten anything today anyway. So it's perfect. Whoever had the idea of making it cheese pizza and doing it in honor of Melton, I thought that was very funny. But then here's what I thought. I thought, I got a fucking large pizza sitting at my house. And I'm going to have to eat I'll have the kids eat it too. But do I just want to sit there eating cheese pizza? No. A little sausage on there. McBuster says, if I donated the $50, I would be pissed. Sausage pizza ruins the experiment? Bro, that's Casey's Pizza. Like Casey's Pizza, if you're not getting the breakfast pizza or the sausage pizza, you're not really getting Casey's Pizza. Sam Show says, yes, I have to eat carbs. Cheddar Chubs. Now, Cheddar Chubs is not my name, Sam Show. You must be quoting someone else. I refuse to believe that that my name is now Cheddar Chubs. I don't believe it. Nah, you got to get the same pizza Portnoy got. Do I have to order a second one? Do I have to get a cheese pizza now too? I can't get a sausage pizza. That's against the rules. I don't like cheese pizza. I don't like the criticism I'm getting for not liking cheese pizza. I don't like a plain cheese pizza. Sam Show says, yes, it is. I dubbed you Cheddar Tits. I can call you Cheddar Chubs. Fair enough. Okay, other people are saying sausage is fine. Okay, that's kind of my motto in life. Sausage is fine. Thank you, guys. You're now $150 into Monday, which I appreciate. Like I said, between today and tomorrow, if we can knock out Monday, that's pretty awesome. A homeowner is jailed and told to check her privilege after calling the police on a squatter residing in her house. This has to be every property owner's worst nightmare. Is the whole thing of a squatter comes in, they get mail delivered to your house. There's a lot of states that are still way behind on this squatter shit, where someone can establish residence. You don't know about it because you're just renting the place and it was empty. And now you try to get them out. You can't. You have to spend thousands of dollars and they still might let the person stay there. Meanwhile, they're stripping the copper. They're wrecking the fucking place. They're not taking care of it. Some states have changed the laws so that it's easier to get squatters out, but a lot of states haven't. This one, I think, is Atlanta. I could be wrong. And if it's not Atlanta, it's just because there was a black person in it, and then I'm going to feel racist. This is them trying to use the police to get rid of a squatter, which you'd think would be part of the services you pay for as a taxpayer.
They've been squatting, and if they have to get somebody killed, they'll do it. Calm down.
From Clayton County.
If they have to go, okay. That's not, okay, now I want to be on this person's side, but that is definitely, like, the first thing you say to the cops is not, if you have to kill someone, do it. That's It's never a good way to get the cops on their side. They're trying to de-escalate nowadays. And if you go, we trying to get a squad out of there. If you could kill them, that would be great. Ma'am, you're hiring you're getting the police, not hiring a hitman. Jesus Christ.
Sheriff's body camera, you can see the homeowner, Lalitha Hale, taken away to jail. Not the alleged squatter at this Livingston Drive home.
She's going to be charged with criminal damage to property.
Jeez, see, this is what I mean. Look at this. They fuck up the carpets. Like, if you catch a squatter, you're not going to be able to rent that place again. You're going to have to throw so much money. Like, again, even if you can get the cops to throw them out on their ass without it costing you a fortune, you're going to have to spend so much money just repairing that house and getting it back to a livable condition.
Home.
She's going to be charged with criminal damage to property for all of your belongings. Criminal trespass as well for her coming in here.
I spent the night.
And by the way, they're talking about the property owner, not the squatter. They're going to charge the property owner with destruction of property because the property owner apparently went in there and started like breaking her shit and throwing her shit out of there and all that stuff. And now the cops are like, oh yeah, we're going to charge the property owner with a crime. Even though you're squatting. That's insane.
Night on a mat, on a concrete floor, in deplorable conditions, while this woman, this squatter, slept in my home.
Lalitha Hale says this all started back in August when she called police after finding Sakimia Johnson in the house.
How can she not be a squatter when I don't know this person? I've never had any type of contractual relationship with this person.
Here's what happens. So a lot of these squatters get scammed. Like, there's two kinds of squatters. There's squatters that are just pieces of shit and don't care at all. There's also another kind of squatter where somebody calls them from a scam company and says they have a contract for an apartment for them and they can sign the lease. And what happens to these squatters is they actually pay this guy every month. Every month they do a direct deposit from this property ownership company, but they never were a property ownership company. The owner doesn't know anything about it. So these people will be paying somebody to live at this place. The problem is the people they're paying didn't have the authority to rent the place to them in the first place. So now you have this really unfortunate situation where the homeowner's pissed because they've got legit squatters. The squatters are pissed because they think they've been renting the place. Now you don't know what, and you can't get a hold of the fucking scammers because it's probably a burner phone and they'll ditch the fucking thing the minute you find out they're onto you.
But a Clayton County magistrate judge ruled under the new Squatter Reform Act, Sakimia Johnson did not qualify as a squatter because she is related to a previous evicted tenant's partner.
Oh, fuck off. Really? Some asshole put that in a bill and you guys voted it into law that if you're the relative of a former tenant that got kicked out, you can all of a sudden squat there? How so? Jesus Christ. This is what I mean. Like, some states just don't put up with this. Like, I'm sure in Texas, the squatter laws are pretty solid. But I guess in Georgia, first of all, if your relative got kicked out of an apartment, they were already a deadbeat. But now, if you're related to the deadbeat, you can squat in. Jesus.
Written citation about a lawful squatter and an order. A judge signed the order denying it, saying that I wasn't a squatter.
That started a multi-month court battle, filings and appeals. Johnson even filed for bankruptcy, listing Lalitha Hale as her only creditor. But November 18th, the magistrate judge ordered a final judgment in Hale's favor. Hale says she thought Johnson moved out.
Returned on Monday to start painting, and she had broken the locks and re-entered my property. She just pulled up out of nowhere.
See, now that's breaking and entering. If a judge rules you got to get the fuck out and then you break the locks and go in, that's a crime. How the fuck are they charging this property owner with any kind of crime? Destruction of property? She broke in to put her property in there.
And she had this guy with him, and I locked the door. I locked the screen door, and he forced himself in, telling us to get out.
Hale admits she is still waiting on a signed writ of possession, meaning she has no legal right to evict.
We have to be notified of this. A writ has to be served, and we have to be involved in that for it to be a legitimate eviction.
Right, it's kind of like foreclosure, like the sheriff's office has to be involved with the foreclosure, because otherwise you don't know how dangerous it can get. Just two private parties, one walking up to the door to kick somebody out. Somebody gets shot, stabbed, beat the shit out of. You got to have some kind of law enforcement there to back it.
Hi there, it's Justin Gray with Channel 2. No one answered at the home when we knocked. The sheriff's deputy can be heard on body camera telling Hale to think of things from the alleged squatter's point of view.
But just think of it from this perspective, though. Everybody isn't as fortunate as you to have a bed. No, I'm just saying.
Holy fuck.
The little things.
To see that woman.
You've got to be shitting me. Fortunate? She worked her fucking ass off to buy that property. These other two fat bitches just went in there and started squatting because they knew the laws and went, oh, my sister just got kicked out of this place, or my brother's girlfriend or whatever just got kicked out of this place. I'll go live in it. They can't do shit to me. The judge already said I'm a legal tenant. So basically it's a that thing, and they're taunting this fucking lady. And now she's going through hell trying to get these non-paying pieces of shit out of her property that she's paying a mortgage on every month. And the cop is going to tell her, hey, look at it from their perspective. They're not as fortunate as you because they're fucking bums. They're not less fortunate by accident. They're less fortunate by practice because they didn't do the things that this other woman did to become an investor and a property owner and a success. So now she's supposed to feel bad because these people have been just parasites their entire life? Because they've been professional mooches? This woman has to feel bad for them?
When walking to my mom's house while I was in a police car, something is wrong with this picture. Something is inherently wrong with this picture.
Yeah. I can't believe that states still haven't addressed this yet. That there are so many places that still have these antiquated squatters laws. Bigot on socialist media says, couldn't you sue the property manager at the estate agency if this happens? No, because in Georgia law, they are legally allowed to be there. I mean, by the way, this is why, people are like, oh, I don't like it that they can do felony checks and credit checks and things like that for renting. It's like, well, this is why they have to. Because if you don't do shit like that, you can't establish trustworthiness as a renter and honesty as a renter, and legal record and credit history is a good way to check those two things. If they've got a good credit score, then they pay their bills. And if they've got a good credit score, better chance they're going to pay you. Possession is 9/10 of the law, says McBuster. Ladies should have not let wild primates into the house to begin with. Jesus. Bigot on socialist media says, just don't let people sleep at your house and get in this situation. Yeah, this is going to kill sleepovers. Forget it. I'm going to have, you're a teenager. You're going to have your buddies over for a sleepover, and now all of a sudden they're squatting. The hell. Snowcat Tish says they aren't squatters. They're scam victims too. Not in this case. I thought this was going to be one of those cases where like a property management company scam was run on them. No, they're just moochers. That's all. Paying them to manage your property and some bum won't leave. Yeah, no, this wasn't the property management scam. And the property management scam I'm talking about, they're not an actual property management company. They're pretending to be. And they're renting out other people's shit and taking money from the tenants. And then the property owner gets pissed and wants to, they consider them squatters because they didn't sign anything. And so that becomes really complicated. Dive Bar says, even if you do a bankruptcy, the bank can't kick you out of your house until 6 months and 1 day. I thought it was a year, but I could be wrong. You might know better than me. Bigot on socialist media says this happens if you're managing your property privately or through an agency. I would guess if you're handling it privately, it happens more. I don't think an agency would let this happen. Maybe they do. Packer Backer says you will own nothing and you'll be happy. Politicians love this shit. They hate personal property rights. Yeah, they hate that. Or they love that these big corporations are buying up all these single-family houses, jacking up the price of real estate, and then renting them out to people. because they're taking away the middle class's best way of building wealth, which is home equity. I mean, when your parents die, chances are the most money they're going to leave you is in their home. If they've been paying on it if they've lived there for 50 years, it's paid off. And, so it's all red meat. It's all equity. So if they've got a $400,000 house, then, I'd say 320 grand, let's say an even 300 is yours. I mean, not a bad deal, right? But now if you take away that ability to own, and now corporations own it, and they've jacked up the price to the point where working class people can't afford a home, and they're just paying rent the whole time, then there's nothing to leave to your children. So it kills upward mobility. It kills class mobility, which I believe is secretly their intention through all of this hedge fund buying of properties. Chevy fan says April's a squatter with benefits. Well, that house is just about gone. It's pending. So they're going to close on that house, and then who knows? From what my source told me is that Nick was given an ultimatum, and with that ultimatum, April, not my pig, not my farm, I guess would be the way to say that she's going to have to go back to Litchfield or something like that. According to my source, who I do believe, by the way. I don't know where the farms got it that I didn't believe this person anymore. Yes, I believe my source. Let's just say they've given me the things necessary for me to know that what they're saying is accurate. So even the well-off feel like they own nothing to be happy, says Sam Show. Yeah, they're doing weird shit with the housing market now. And it clearly seems like the reason they're doing it is to fuck with the middle class very openly. Let's open up a few more of these stories. We do have the Casey's Pizza review we need to do. We have an Ed and Michelle we need to do. If you want to throw a couple of bucks our way, go ahead. Holy shit. So, you know how this is actually a win for the steel-toe detractors. You know how the steel-toe detractors are always like, why don't you just shut the fuck up and do the show? And the goal will take care of itself. What's our goal in the mornings? Like if it's full, it's 350, but it's usually about 300. Without begging or anything like that, we've made 350 today. So if you ask me, that's another win for the anti-toe. I think that's an anti-toe victory. We got some good ones left yet. I watched this yesterday. SP and I watched it. I don't know if you've seen it yet. The Happy Gilmore 2 teaser trailer that they released. It's not really much to see in it. It doesn't really tell you much about the movie, but I think they just wanted to put something out there to, just get people a little fired up. But they're gonna run Happy Gilmore back. What are we, 25 years, 26 years since the last one? So let's say Happy was like 23 when the last Happy Gilmore movie came out. So he'd be 49 now. That's still, you could be 49 and winning championships in the PGA Tour. That's not hard. Oldest PGA Tour winner. Sam Snead won the fucker at 52 years old in 1965. And do you know how fucking old 52 was in 1965? 10 oldest PGA Tour winners ever. Hubert Green was 39 in 85. Chick Harbert was 39 in 54. Larry Nelson was 40 in 87 and 81. Raymond Floyd was 40 in 82 and 69. Nicholas was 40. Jim Ternessa was 40. Lee Trevino was 45. And this is like the tour championship, like the year, like the biggest guy for the year. And we're not just talking about winning tournaments. 48 was Julius Boros, and Phil Mickelson was 51 when he won in 2021. So Happy Gilmore in his 40s could totally be one of the top guys on the tour still. Los Federales with $1 says, I am convinced that Ape has a child she never told you about. I have a picture of him. Don't you do it, Los Federales. I don't know what's up with your fucking theory here, but I have a feeling you're not good intentioned. Should I send Aaron a picture of Ape's kid? See, now you're just going to be mean. I know you are. Let's see if this gets you fired up for the Happy Gilmore sequel. Because Happy Gilmore is one of those movies where I don't mind a sequel 25 years later. There's a lot of them, like the Jay and Silent Bob one, where I was like, this is stupid. The Bill and Ted one, this is retarded. But like Happy Gilmore, pro golfer, checking in on his career 25 years later, I like that. I like that idea. Let's take a look.
It's great to see you back, Mr. Gilmore.
Travis Kelce, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, baby. We've only just begun.
Gilmore. Big Daddy.
Come on. Dude, bringing back Shooter McGavin. Like, oddly enough, it's like the older they are, the better it is. Like, Shooter McGavin is a cranky old bitter fuck because he lost to Happy. I like it. And, of course, I'm sure Nick Swardson's going to be in there somewhere, so Minnesota can represent. Do we know? First teaser for Happy Gilmore 2 early on Christmas as the streamer's broadcasting 2 NFL games live on the platform for the first time ever. Do we have a release date? Happy Gilmore 2 release date. July. Oh, fuck. We got a ways to go yet. We got about 7 months before that comes out. Happy Gilmore 2 plot. What's it going to be about? It's been almost 30 years. Oh, he won the tour championship. Pakistan says Happy Gilmore was 94. It's been 30 years. I thought Happy Gilmore came out in 98 or 99. This article says 96. So it's been 28 years. So he'd be in his 50s. Now we finally get to catch up with him in a new sequel. Adam Sandler is returning to the golf green as Happy Gilmore. Julie Bowen's going to be in it again. Of course, Christopher McDonald, Shooter. We don't have really... The clip also features glimpses of Bowen and McDonald. So we don't know anything about the plot. Sandler fans have been eager for all updates on the long-awaited sequel. Characters from Happy Gilmore have even popped up in Jack and Jill, Little Nicky, and Hubie Halloween. By the way, Hubie Halloween, one of the worst fucking movies ever. I'm glad that I'm glad that Sandler's doing this though, because Adam Sandler's Netflix run has been a really kind of a money grab. It started with that Ridiculous Six. That was terrible. And then a lot of those Netflix movies he's put out have been like for him to have paydays for his buddies, which is fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine if that's the way we're doing it. But I just don't. The movie quality has not been good. And a Happy Gilmore sequel, fine. As long as it gets Adam Sandler putting out good Netflix stuff. Sandy Wexler, I've heard, is really good. I haven't seen some of the ones that are good. I haven't seen, unfortunately. People say that Sandy Wexler is really good. The basketball one, where he's a basketball scout, they said that one's good. But the rest of it has just been Adam Sandler cashing huge Netflix checks. And the huge Netflix checks have just been going into his buddies' pockets, which, again, good for him. That's great, but hasn't led to the most inspiring movies being made. Here we go. This is Los Federales says that this is April's love child that she had before me that I didn't know about. And it's every superhero needs a side chick. Arriving November 2016. Is that okay? Is it? It's the forehead, isn't it? You fucking asshole. I knew that it wasn't going to be nice. I knew that whatever you did, it wasn't going to be nice. You fucking asshole. Oh, MJF is going to be in it. That's pretty cool. What happened at the end of Happy Gilmore? So there's nothing about the plot or what's going to happen. I guess it's an Adam Sandler movie. Does there really need to be a plot? Sam Show says there isn't a plot. It's just, hey, remember this Jew that one time? So we're going with Jew. It's got to be Jew. I see. All right. Over Christmas, historians might have finally figured out what Stonehenge was built for. Really? Historians think they figured out that the gigantic beguiling stone structure was some sort of unity monument. You're telling me that people in 5,000 years ago, Southern England, hauled these giant fucking stones up to this hill and arranged them in some gay, fashion for, some hippie bullshit? Do you know what an undertaking getting that done was back then? There's a lot of people right now, they're probably in the chat now, that they believe that Stonehenge was built by aliens. Because it's so complicated and it's so crazy and those rocks are so heavy and people 5,000 years ago didn't have the technology to make Stonehenge. So they think, well, it had to be aliens. And so a lot of people theorize, well, maybe it was just a lot of slave labor. And no, it turns out it was just a bunch of hippies who wanted to get along. So they built Stonehenge. Again, proof that we aren't really getting dumber. We just have different technology to do dumb shit. To me, this is not any more intelligent than, say, Occupy Wall Street, where they're like, yeah, we're going to fight against the big banks. How are we going to do that? We're going to squat in Zuccotti Park. All right. Are you going to do anything to the politicians that wrote the laws that made this possible? No. We're going to form drum circles and we're not going to shower. All right. Anything else? The Occupy Wall Street thing was the moment where I became jaded with activism and making a difference and giving a shit. Because what was Zuccotti Park? That was 2009. I was 22 years old. And that's that when you're 22, that's the peak of your, we can make a difference. And, we can change the world and our generation's going to be different. And then we watched our generation yeah, we're going to be in Zuccotti Park. Fucking millennials are finally going to take this shit back. And then they just sat there with their dirty hair and their unshowered armpits and their gross disgustingness. And they didn't do a fucking thing. It's just hey, are you going to go to Wall Street and march into the building or anything? No. Oh, are you going to go camp out on some politicians' lawns and tell them to change the fucking bullshit guarantees that banks get on mortgages? No, we're not going to do that either. Well, what are you going to do? Form a drum circle and just get dirty. Cool. Really making a difference. Occupy Wall Street was what made me jaded and what made me think, it's just kind of the system is run by who it's run by. And, SP and I were talking about this. There was, what movie? We were watching a movie or a show or something. Oh, we were watching a documentary on the Unabomber. And we were talking about how Ted Kaczynski was kind of a passive aggressive prick, in the documentary. And they were going through Ted's manifesto. And if you've ever gone through Ted Kaczynski's thoughts, he actually was ahead of his time in terms of what he thought about society and where it's going. I mean, the whole bombing strangers through the mail was an asshole thing to do. But you read about where Ted thought we were going, and we were yeah, Ted was right. We ended up here. That was pretty spot on. And SP and I were talking about it. We're how do you actually change that shit, though? Because that shit doesn't change. And we both kind of sheepishly said, it really doesn't change unless people die. That's really, you look throughout history, really the only way you can get a ruling class to stop fucking people over is that they get killed. Like, that's the only way it's ever changed. But the problem is when that starts happening, the ruling class starts reporting to the other plebs about how awful it is to kill people. And they're technically right. So you don't want the masses to rise up and cut your heads off for fucking them over. So anytime one of you wealthy motherfuckers gets their head chopped off for fucking people over, you just tell all the other fucked over people how terrible it is to kill people and how we shouldn't celebrate that. Sound familiar? Like, shit, powerful people don't change anything unless they can put more money in their pocket or take more blood out of their body. They're not moved by anything other than those two things. It's not goodness. It's not decency. You're not going to change anything in terms of like the little guy getting fucked over unless you can find a way to make it, make powerful people profit off it. Then they'll lift the bottom classes up or their safety's threatened. Those are the only two ways they do things. I taste my own pre-cum with $5, says Take My Money. Cool, as long as you don't clip me saying your name. That would be fine. So yeah, it was the hippies back in the Stonehenge days that ended up. It was a team of researchers shared evidence in August that the altar stone, an iconic monolith at the heart of Stonehenge, was transported hundreds of miles to the site in southern England nearly 5,000 years ago from what's now northeastern Scotland. Just a month later, a report led by the same experts ruled out the possibility that the stone came from Orkney, an archipelago off Scotland's northeastern coast that's home to Neolithic sites from that time frame. And the search for the monolith's point of origin continues. Now researchers, building on the two previous studies, suggest that Stonehenge may have been reconstructed in England around 2620 to 2480 BC to help unify ancient Britons as newcomers arrived from Europe. So they're kind of saying that it was like a Statue of Liberty kind of a thing. I mean, really, that's the best way I can describe it. Is it was kind of there, give us your poor, tired, huddled masses yearning to be free. So they think it was kind of like a unity stone or an altar stone is what they've been calling it for the people back then. Doesn't that just kind of leave you disappointed? Like here we thought, Stonehenge might be aliens or Stonehenge might be, a message from the past, to us in the future. And no, just kind of just like most everything else, it was just something to honor something from that period of time. Like the pyramids, people are like, well, the way the pyramids are, aligned with the stars means that aliens must have built them. Or it just means that ancient people only had the stars to do navigation and time, so they had to use that, and they honored the stars. Also, the pyramid alien thing, I think Louis C.K. said it best. It's really more a testament to slavery and how if you just throw human bodies at shit until it's done, you'd be amazed what you can accomplish. Bigot on socialist media says, can say whatever they want about it. No one will ever know. Yeah. Nomo says, if anything, it was a sacrificial area, not a hippie love fest. Well, they're saying it was to show that everyone's welcome, Everyone can come in and come to England and you're welcome and we're all one. And yeah, I don't... That's really a letdown. And that's the thing about like these mysterious historical events is that I almost don't want them to get solved because every time they do get solved, it's just kind of a downer. You're like, oh man, we had all these theories and we had all these ideas and it just turns into Capone's vault at the end. A Loudoun County teacher is under investigation. This is so bad. Like, it's like even when teachers get in trouble for politically incorrect shit, it's hard to feel bad for them because like a lot of the things they're getting in trouble for, you can see coming from a mile away. And you're like, God, if you just would have said that one out loud to someone before you did it, they could have stopped you. This is a teacher who decided to teach a Civil War era lesson about picking cotton. And maybe didn't think of modern sensitivities. Now, do I have a problem with this? No. But do I see other people today having a problem with this? Oh, yeah.
Families and students at a Loudoun County high school are outraged. The president of the Loudoun County NAACP says students are forced to pass around cotton during an advanced history class.
Now, see, passing around cotton is not a big deal to me. That doesn't matter. If you're learning about the cotton gin and you're learning about the South in the 1800s, you're going to have to learn about cotton. Hey, here's what we're talking about. Here's cotton. But if you have a classroom where there's a lot of black kids, and then you have black kids passing around cotton, one of them, even if they're being a smart ass, is going to be like, oh, so this is like slavery. We're supposed to pick this cotton then? And now you're in a bunch of trouble. Again, I'm not saying the teacher was racist. I'm not saying the teacher's a piece of shit. I'm not even saying they did anything wrong. What I'm saying is I can see them getting in trouble for doing this, and the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
She says the offensive lesson happened last week at Riverside High School in Lansdowne. Amy Cho has the story you'll see only on News 4.
Controversy at Riverside High School after some students were forced to touch cotton during a history lesson on slavery.
See, like, doesn't that just sound like a bitch-made thing to say? They were forced to touch cotton. Well, you're not going to catch slavery. Like, it's not like, that's not how it works. You can't touch cotton and then all of a sudden, oh my God, now I'm working for a billionaire for no money. Son of a bitch.
According to Pastor Michelle Thomas, she's president of the Loudoun County NAACP and says,
and you know they're going to jump all over it because then they get headlines, then they get noticed and people read their name and maybe they grab a few donations out of the deal. And you know what they can do? This is what the NAACP and like Al Sharpton, they do better than anyone. Or at least Sharpton in his prime did this better than anyone. They would shake people down. So you would get in trouble. And then Al Sharpton or the NAACP would come after you. And depending on how much money or time you gave them or notoriety or advertising you gave them was how terrible your punishment would be. So like when Imus got in trouble for nappy-headed hose, baby. When he got in trouble for that, he could have made it easier if he would have made a nice fat donation or, you know, let Sharpton have a crack at some of the advertising money on Imus in the morning. Imus pushed back. Imus went on Sharpton's radio show and he argued with him on a few things. And then they decided, we're going to destroy this guy. We're going to take him down. And in my opinion, the Imus thing, you know, people try to point to different points in time when like cancel culture and speech policing, you know, really started. To me, it was the Imus thing, the nappy-headed hose thing. That and the tit in the Super Bowl. Those were the two big hallmark moments. But yeah, the NAACP will shake you down for donations. So like sometimes when you hear, oh, that doesn't sound like a very racist or offensive thing. Yeah, but the NAACP jumped on it and they got money out of it, so they're going to make hay.
She received a complaint from a black student in the class.
Black students were extremely embarrassed and humiliated. In some sections of the class, we had students that were actually laughing and making jokes.
Thomas says she hopes teachers understand the hurtful connotations of cotton to students of color.
Okay, but I'm sure some of the students making jokes were students of color. Like I said, there was some smart-ass black kid who was, you know, he had his own comments to make about the whole thing. By the way, the pizza is here. Do you want to finish up this story or should we just go get the pizza and do it now? Let's finish this up.
That
Got a minute.
teachers have cotton on hand to be used as demonstration, that is problematic, especially when they're teaching advanced classes. News 4.
That is a little weird that you just have cotton to pass around, I guess. That is, I agree with that. That's a little iffy. But like, Jesus, just the existence of cotton. Well, are any of these kids wearing cotton shirts? Are they wearing socks? Come on. Let's not get... Again, I think there has to be money in it here. I think the school probably got shakedown.
Or obtained a letter sent by the school's principal to parents in which he acknowledged the lesson had brought up some uncomfortable feelings in students. The principal also wrote that teachers, administrators, and counselors would be working together to support students who were involved.
Oh my God, because you saw some cotton? Jesus Christ. Your grandparents didn't even know slavery. So, like, this idea that, like, oh, touching cotton reminds me of my gram. No, come on. That's a little bit much. But again, if you're the teacher, what's the fucking point? What's the benefit of having the cotton there? We all know what cotton is. There's no reason to put your foot in that. Is it a bear trap? Yeah, it's a bear trap. But that doesn't mean you need to stick your foot in it.
The letter also said, we take matters that involve our students' safety, both physically and emotionally, seriously.
If you can't cope because you saw some cotton, you need way more therapy than the school can give you.
And LCPS is dedicated to creating a safe and inclusive learning environment.
Of course, we'd shudder to think you
County
didn't.
Schools just sent News 4 a statement moments ago saying the lesson was part of a discussion around the invention of the cotton gin.
Holy shit! So then passing around cotton makes perfect fucking sense. Because look, if they were talking about Nixon resigning and they went, oh, Lord, here's some cotton, that'd be weird. You're talking about Eli Whitney and the cotton gin. You're talking about the southern plantations. You're talking about that era. The cotton makes sense. This is not an, oh, my God, someone needs to be suspended or fired thing. This is a call into the principal's office. Hey, I understand what you were doing. Like, I get what you were going for. We don't need this smoke. And I don't mean smoke like black people. We don't need this heat. And I don't mean heat like cops arresting black people. We don't need this trouble. So if you could just not pass cotton around, I don't think you're going to lose anything on the lesson. That's the thing. Like, it didn't add anything to the lesson, and now you're getting fucked over. Like, there was a point in time where I would look at this and I would go, yeah, speech policing, SJWs and blah, 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 blah. But now it's like, okay, guys, we've seen these pitches from this pitcher before. All right? Try to see them coming a little bit. You got to take a little responsibility, too. Don't be an idiot.
And enslavement, the school system said it must and will do better to achieve a safe and inclusive learning environment for students.
Yes, always.
LCPS also said it'll work on better guidance for teachers when lessons could potentially be associated with trauma. And the school system promised to review policies with staff around giving parents advance notice when the
Hey, yeah, all that trauma. Hey, kids, here's the things all your clothes are made out of. Oh, man, isn't going into your closet traumatizing? Fuck off. I don't buy it, man. Not for a second. Hey, I'm going to fire up the theme music. I'm going to go grab the pizza. It's here. And because Buffalo Jockey gave us $50, we're going to do the Portnoy for Casey's Pizza. All right, we're ready. Here we go. You guys ready? This is Buffalo Jockey. You guys stated your price. I said $50. You did it right away. We got to do it like Portnoy. All right, here we go. I'm not going to use the one bite line though, because that's copyright infringement. Let's fuck you, Sam Show. Sam Show goes, damn, he ran to get that thing. Shut up. All right, here we go. This is Casey. I can't talk in Dave Portnoy's voice either. It's Casey's Pizza. For those of you who don't know the Midwest, Casey's is a gas station, but they have the best pizza there. First of all, it's the best gas station pizza there is. But it ranks up there with like your Domino's and your shittier pizza places. So here we go. We're going to take a look. Oh, look at that. It's sticking to the cheese is so melty that it's sticking to the box. Where the fuck is that piece? Einstein couldn't tie his tie in the mirror. All right. There we go. There's your Casey's Pizza. Looks nice. Nothing wrong with that pizza. Little crispy around the edges. Beautiful cheese with some golden spots in there. This one's a sausage. People are mad at me that I did the Casey's sausage pizza. It's a little cold from sitting outside the house for a little bit, but here we go. We're going to do a little Casey's Pizza, and then we're going to rank it. You see there's a little bend there. The underside of Casey's Pizza, never crispy. That's a minus. Fuck, every time. Every time it's delicious. Now, I will give the criticism of this pizza that it's too soft underneath. There's no crispiness to the bottom. And this one in particular, not enough sauce. If you see in there, it's not a very saucy pizza. This is not, I'll be honest with you guys. This is one of the lesser Casey's pizza I've ever had. This is not. Helgi says not all Casey's are equal. Your Casey's is mid. I don't know which one this came from. This is a very mid Casey's pizza. I mean, pizza is pizza. Like, I'm never going to say a pizza's bad. But this is a bottom 5 Casey's experience for me. Even the crust on this one has kind of a rubbery vibe to it. It's also a thin crust, and I did not order thin crust. Yeah, this isn't. You know what, guys? As far as Casey's goes, this is a 4.5. This is a 4.5 Casey's. And that disappoints me to say, because I'm a huge Casey's pizza advocate. But that's a 4.5. That's unfortunate. That bums me out. Riding Dirty Llama says, doctor it up if you can. I don't know. That was, somebody had the idea that we go to every Casey's. Somebody had the idea that we go to every Casey's and then we rank the Casey's. That one, hardly any sauce. Supremely underdone. Now, my baby, you guys may not know, is my baby got me a Ninja Foodie for Christmas. You know what I mean? I got her a Ninja Foodie years ago when we first dated. Ninja Foodie. And she has lamented the fact, ever since we got back together, she's lamented the fact that I don't have an air fryer. Right? So she got me this. I'm trying to find a picture of the one I have. Ninja Foodie oven. There it is. Ninja toaster oven with air fryer. I think that's the one I have. There's my baby. That's what I have. It's I used it for the first time yesterday. I made potato skins. Loved it. Ate some potato skins and watched the Ted Kaczynski Netflix documentary. And I think I'm going to use the foodie for this guy, for my Casey's pizza. Because this thing needs to be crisped up just a little bit. And it definitely needs to be doctored. People were saying, now we got people in the chat who are really mad at that pizza. Helgi says you should order a pizza from every Casey's in town and rank the best Casey's. That's not a terrible idea. I think the one in Waite Park might be the best, or Sauk Rapids. It's cum sauce. It's not cum sauce. You have Valentino sauce and you order Casey's? No, I made the Valentino sauce that day. Doctor it up if you can. Aaron has turned gay. Well, that's a compliment because usually you guys just say I am. Portnoy doesn't finish the whole pizza, the whole pie, fatty. I had one sliver. Sorry. It's still a pizza, so you're going to install a fuckhole. That's Sam Show. I don't fuck my pizzas. We don't need that rumor started, too. Betty still eats the whole thing. Ed and Michelle gave it a thumbs up. They sure did. Was MSO the one who said you get your ass kicked in New York for that kind of pizza? Probably. Honestly, that was a disappointment. That one. Triple N says, you refer to the toaster oven as your baby and your girlfriend is slam piece. No, I said my baby got me the oven. Triple N, you piece of shit. I said my baby got me the oven. The oven is not my baby. I've used it once. Oh, but you know what? That kind of feeds into the narrative. Oh, Aaron meets something once. He's ready to marry it. Look. She is my baby. My baby got me the Ninja Foodie oven. And it's not a toaster oven. It does way more than that, you fucking prick. Cocktiff says the kids will never see that pizza gone by noon. No, that is not the case. The kids are going to see this whole pizza. I promise. Roots, I'm not even going to read that. It's mean-spirited. And we've had a wonderful day today. We've made over $350 without having a goal or anything. It's been a beautiful day here on the toe. I'm not going to read what Roots wrote because it's vulgar. It's vulgar. And I don't know if you know this, but it's a thinly veiled reference that I'm a homosexual, if you can believe it. Let's go ahead and round out today with a little Ed and Michelle coverage. We've earned it. It's been a fun one. We got the Wendy Williams thing, the Cenk Uygur thing. We can skip those. The Wendy and Cenk thing. I think people would rather have Ed and Michelle than Wendy and Cenk. So let's go ahead and check this out. McBuster says, Casey sucks at pizza. Got it. But they don't, though. That's just it. They usually do a very good job. This was remarkably disappointing. West Coast Patriot Girl says, what food is Minnesota known for? Minnesota is known for, honestly, tater tot, hot dish. Don't say lutefisk because that's just fucking embarrassing. That's about it. Tater tot hot dish is what Minnesota's. Oh, no. Fuck you. We invented the Juicy Lucy here in Minnesota. So. Also, my lovely ex-wife's nickname. The Casey's must be the hangover morning pizza. Kinda, yeah. Kinda. Yeah, Juicy Lucy's, I would say is what Minnesota's known for. Deutsch Chad says it's 2024. It's all right to be honest about your sexuality, Aaron. I'm a heterosexual male. I shouldn't have to yell it like that. Hendy with $1 says, all I want for Christmas is to own the libs and watch the Destiny gay sex tape video tomorrow. No. You got it. The only way you can own the libs is by watching gay porn, apparently. MN Vikings with $1.99 says, Gary's or House of Pizza is the best in town. House of Pizza is the best. I've never had Gary's, so I won't make that. We'll do Gary's next. Lefse, don't say any Swedish food. It's fucking disgusting. Minnesota is known for cheese pretzels and fried lard balls. That's not nice. Deep dish pizza is a fucking casserole of disappointment, says Sam Show. And Dive Bar wants to know what a Juicy Lucy is. A Juicy Lucy is a cheese. It's a burger with the cheese and the ingredients cooked inside of the burger. That's a Juicy Lucy. And no, Jonesy the cat, it is not my asshole. I like that Jonesy the cat has a sense of humor now. We beat the shit out of him enough. They're a fan. They now know that it's more fun to have fun with the Steel Toe audience than be ripped apart by them. Roots Calhoun says it's also Aaron's prison call sign. It's not, though. It's not, and you're lying to people, and I don't appreciate it. And just because I'm laughing right now doesn't mean that it doesn't crush me on the inside. All right, guys, let's go ahead and check out some Ed and Michelle. I'm gonna have one more piece. So it's not very good. I'm starting to think that they didn't put any sauce on this. All right, let's fire it up. Ed and Michelle at the Kumo Japanese Seafood Buffet.
Hey everyone, Ed here with Michelle.
Hey friends.
And the Great Indoors. And today we are outside of Kumo Japanese Seafood Buffet. Is this in Parma, Michelle?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we've been here before, and Michelle really did not want to come here because the first time we came here, they had a goose hanging from, what was it, hanging over the
meat carving station.
Yeah.
All right, yo, but that's how you know that's a legit Japanese place, though. Like, they got a goose hanging in their carving station. That is straight up Japanese as fuck. And by the way, only the best seafood buffets are in strip malls.
It kind of freaked her out, and she didn't really, I don't think it's here anymore because I've been here without you since. And
whoa! Ed's taking his side piece to the Japanese seafood buffet. Oh, my God. I just realized something. I started a trend. Now all these YouTubers think swinging is a cool thing to do, and they're all, no, Ed and Michelle, don't. It'll ruin you. No. Don't do it.
it was no longer there. But she still is a little skittish about it, okay?
Wouldn't you be, everyone?
All right, but we're going to get in
No. That's like I was at a Chinese buffet and I heard meowing coming from the kitchen. That's how I'd know it's good.
Check out Kumo, and I believe this is in Parma on Brook Park Road. Japanese. I'll put the address in there for you guys. Let's get in there and check it out. Like, comment, and subscribe to The Great Indoors with Ed and Michelle. Nice. Okay, let's start with the sushi section over here. And
there will never be a time where buffet sushi won't skeeze me the fuck out. It could be fine. It could be totally normal, well put together sushi. There's never going to be a time where all you can eat sushi sounds appetizing to me.
Expansive. Look at that. They have the Philadelphia roll right there. I guess it has Philadelphia cream cheese in it. This is the California roll. The crab meat roll. And you can actually see crab meat there on the
Imitation crab dildo. Anyway, the strip mall in Cleveland doesn't have real crab. Not saying imitation crab sushi isn't good. I've eaten it before. I like it. But don't trick yourself into thinking it's real crab. And by the way, is this the music that plays in the restaurant? Or did Ed add the ching chong ding dong music? That's a little racist.
top and on the inside. The spicy crab meat roll. Look at this one, the crazy crab meat roll with cheese. The smoked salmon roll. Ooh, Michelle's gonna like that. She likes her salmon.
Don't you love the fucking juices and condiments and sauces that the Japanese need to put on sushi for fat, dumb Americans to eat it? Like, oh, we usually just crab, a seaweed, a rice. And I'm like, can you put a bunch of cheese on it and melt the fucker? All right, I guess I'll do it. Very dishonorable.
And there's the crunch onion roll. This is the tempura roll. The Kumo roll. That must be their house specialty here. And then the tempura roll.
Ed, the only word I can use to describe this is monotonous. Come on, let's pick it up. Let's watch you two eat some seafood.
It's like an added charge where you put your uncooked food in the hot pot and cook it, and you have that extra added on to your bill. If we're here just for the buffet, you don't get this. This is like an add-on. So you get these things you can cook on your tabletop.
Oh, so a little hibachi. You can have your own hibachi tabletop buffet experience for extra. Wait a minute. You cook your own food on the hibachi? How high is this place's insurance? Can't just have retarded Ohioans just operating a hibachi grill right on their table?
Hang on.
Could you see a table full of Chad Zumox just operating a hibachi? Somebody's face is going to end up grilled.
Okay, I stand corrected. That is included in the
Oh, shit. Ed lied to us.
buffet.
I mean, why edit it out, right? I mean, just go.
$13.99, which is $14.
$14, right. So that's the hot pot is included in your buffet if you wanted it?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. There you go. So this is all.
By the way, Asians and Jews very similar. You know, you heard the Asian guy go $13.99, which is $14. Okay, we got it. We got you. We hear you.
That's pretty cool. That's a good deal. Some buffets aren't that cheap for lunch.
Nope, and you guys always remind us of it when you're shitting all over the buffets. By the way, we're on like a 4 buffet in a row. Remember Ed and Michelle were shitting on all these buffets and like 1 or 2 of them looked decent? And then they went to fucking Speedway and got like a breakfast taquito. And we're like, this is the tits, man. This is the cat's ass. This rules. And you just wanted to just smash their faces into their windshield.
We're moving right along here. Let's get to the other section of the buffet. I'm telling you, this place is huge.
Yeah, we got it. Let's
at the table with that.
Oh, nice. I like that idea.
What is that soup you got there?
It's wonton soup with shrimp dumplings.
So you did not go with the wonton noodles. You went with shrimp. Okay. All right.
She went with us. She's got a saucy plate, that Michelle. She's got a saucy old plate there. Let's go to their table. We don't have all the time in the world here.
Let's get in there and start eating. Wait, there's a plate right there. Grab my plate. All right.
Ew, you just keep your plates like in a cubby? Like, that looks like a perfect condition for mouse shit.
Michelle was commenting the other day, we went to a restaurant and my plate was so small. What place was that? They had the small plate at it.
Besides Jack Casino and
yeah, a lot of places give you. Well, Michelle, you like your large plate, don't you?
Yes, I do, because you can put more on there.
Oh, so they put the fucking name of the place on there just in case you really needed them to shit on them. It's a buffet. They can have small plates. You can go get another one.
Oh, I mean, no, because
it makes it look like you're not eating, like you're being a piggy, you know, a little bit. Okay.
We would hate to think that Ed and Michelle would look like piggies. That's not nice.
Did you try your soup over there with that?
You got to try it with the shrimp dumpling. That is different. Instead of wonton.
Pick up the spoon and show it to the people so that they can see what you're talking about.
Okay, that's a shrimp dumpling.
Yeah.
And their wonton soup broth.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I didn't put any wontons in because the guy told me to try it without the wonton and just marinate it.
Well, go ahead and try it.
Ed's like, shut the I was kind of feeling the same thing Ed was. Like, she's like over-explaining the fucking wonton soup. And I was kind of like, I was about to yell, just fucking eat it. And Ed's like, just shovel it into your face, dear. Nobody cares.
Try it for the camera. There you go.
Right? Why take more than one bite? I mean, just get after it, Michelle.
Do you like it? Is it hot?
It made her do Japanese eyes. She ate it and immediately went all anime. She just went, oh, it's so good. Oh, so many dumplings.
Well, go ahead and try it.
Here. Watch, she goes Asian face right away. Watch. Oh, yes, it's so good. Oh, I eat a wonton soup. It turned me into a Japanese anime girl. I grandma that tells young big-titted girl about the sprites.
Do you like it? Is it hot, though? Yeah, I don't like cold soup now, Michelle. Okay.
Yeah.
I highly recommend that.
And you have the...
You know, Michelle, whenever my soup is cold at home, you know what happens. I close your eyes for you, dear.
That's like the barbecued pork ribs without bones in there, or what?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I'll just say, FYI, has a lot of barbecue sauce. That is very sweet.
Very sweet, okay.
And the shrimp, if you love garlic shrimp.
I hope she hits his hand and goes, get your fucking finger out of my food.
And that is New York strip.
Looking good.
That's New York strip? I thought that was like orange cat meat, like the orange chicken or like the saucy chicken that they do at Asian place. That's New York. Oh, no.
All right, I'm going to go get my first plate. I can't eat with an empty plate over here.
Okay. But if you're getting the barbecue ribs, a lot of barbecue sauce and sweet and tasty.
I'm going to try some sushi. There was a thing over there that I want to get. I want
over
to try
there
that first because it looks kind of scary, but I'm going to try it anyway, okay? All right.
Is it Halloween?
It is.
Honestly, these two are exactly what our coastal listeners think of the Midwest. I can't, like, if Optic Nerve or somebody else were to, like, shit, oh, you Midwesterners, and point to Ed and Michelle, I can't argue with them. They are the quintessential Midwesterner. There's some food over there. It's kind of scary. Oh, is it Halloween?
Okay.
Boo.
Oh, well presented, Ed. I do like Ed's presentation of his buffet plate here. Oh, there's his second plate. I always go to the Japanese seafood buffet for fried chicken. That's my favorite chicken place.
Okay, I ordered Michelle iced tea, unsweetened iced tea, and you got, what did you end up getting instead?
It's Japanese iced tea, but it's unsweetened.
Yeah.
And I just put one sweet and low packet, and it's really good.
That's nice. The Japanese who are like known for tea, and you're just going to dump Western shit into it. That's nice.
Yeah.
But man, when you don't put any...
So let me see. It looks like lighter to it, you know?
And
by the way, that sweet and low packet is a testament to the way Japanese people look versus the way Americans look. Is that sugar that we dump into everything.
if you put one sweet and low in there, it's just the perfect amount of iced tea. I can't drink the sweet tea because it's too much sugar, but you should love that.
I have my Coca-Cola. They have it here.
I can't have too much sugar. Here's my sugar water. Here it.
So this place.
I love how Ed cannot hide when he's fucking tired of Michelle's babbling. Like he just jumps right in.
Already gets a check mark for that. Okay. All right. Enough talk. I got to go get some more food.
I agree. Enough talk.
Okay. I told you guys I was going to try something different today. This is the sushi section. This is the Japanese egg over here, and there is caviar on the top of that one.
Ed, you have the worst fucking taste in sushi, but go ahead.
All right, I don't know what I'm getting myself into, but this is the Japanese egg.
I hope it's diarrhea. I really hope you're getting yourself into the shits.
I guess I'm going to find out, huh?
It's a rubber band.
It looks like a tape or something like that.
It's fucking seaweed, you stupid cunt. You're at a Japanese restaurant. Jesus fucking Christ, do your homework.
No, I think it's...
I'm sorry, these two get me upset. I love them. I think they're great. I love Ed and Michelle. By the time I get to the end of these, I don't know why I did them.
Holding it together, but I guess you eat it, right?
Hey, I don't know what this is, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it down the hatch anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Midwestern United States.
Okay.
Okay.
It's got a very little, like a little sweetness to it.
And there's the ching chong ding dong music again.
It's good. It's got it's egg, but it's got like a little sweetness to it. It works. And I'm not putting any dipping sauce on that. So I would get this again, Michelle.
All right, let's hear the review.
Shell to it. Creamy inside. Very, very rich.
That's Michelle after their review. She's going to be creamy inside.
Excellent. Okay, Michelle. I know you didn't want to come here, but tell me, what are you thinking about?
Wow, just throw her under the bus. Hi, Michelle. I know if you liked this place, it was all my idea.
Now.
No negative experiences. It was all delicious. It was good.
Finally, we found a fucking positive from these two. They've been on a negatory slide for so long. It's nice to see them finally like something.
Really good for lunch.
Yeah.
That's not bad, for all that seafood. Wow.
$13.99 per person, and the drinks are $3. It's not included in your bill. You got to pay extra for the drinks. And one thing that people were commenting on about it is that they include a 10% tip gratuity built into your bill.
Good.
So if you're coming here and you don't want to tip your server, too bad. They're gonna.
Who does it? You don't want to tip your server? Wow. So if you come here and you want to be a giant fucking asshole, they don't let you. God, that place sounds terrible.
Include that in the bill. So that's something to keep. But it's only a 10% charge. So that's not like
tip them more.
Going 20% or something like that, right?
If you're at a buffet and they come and get your plates and refill your drinks, if you don't have to do those two things by yourself, you should tip them.
More outrageous.
But I'm just, so happy I got to try all those different things. The whelk, which is basically snails, the octopussy. I'm James.
Whoa, Ed, this is a family channel with the octopussy.
By now, okay, and you love that shrimp dumpling that you had in your soup.
Oh my God! The owner's husband told me not to put the wonton in there because I was making it wrong. And I go, how do I make it? He goes, shrimp dumplings better.
Yeah.
It goes better in the wonton soup.
Right.
Yeah.
But I would definitely recommend coming back here again.
I love when old people don't understand video and they just stare right at the device. It's like, no, don't worry, buddy. It's not taking your soul.
And Michelle, you won't be afraid of the goose hanging from the ceiling anymore either, right?
No, I'll have chicken feet. Okay. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, speaking of feet, I love that whole idea with the pork hooves and stuff like that. That was pretty good. I'm going to come back here again and try more of the
You guys have the charm of dysentery. Jesus Christ. All right, well, there we go, guys. We wrapped up with an Ed and Michelle today. Oh, thank you. It was, an amazing day to do a show. I mean, thank you so much. Thank you to Ryobi for the $250, man. Can't thank him enough. Somebody did email in. They said, Aaron eating on the air. Uh-oh. Do we not have this drop anymore? I did not get rid of it. I think I got rid of it. I got rid of the a damn Jew boy drop? The fuck is wrong with me? Well, either way, he said, Aaron eating on air, a damn chew boy. Thank you. Chevy fan with $1 says, imagine Michelle passes away and Ed reviews the food at the wake. That is the video we should all be waiting for. Lander says, Ed be eating that ass. Oh, like a pot of collard greens. Approachable says, here, I found a video Ed did to sum up their reaction to that place. Okay.
Oh boy, fellas, let's rock the joint.
I don't think that's Ed. I don't think that's Ed, guys.
Shanghai, Hong Kong,
I don't think that's Ed. That looks like a cat.
Fortune cookie always wrong. Not the hot one.
I see. I didn't know that was Ed this whole time. That really opens my eyes. Guys, thank you very much. Oh, Finish the Wall says, remember to cry about the 250. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for the $250. I just really appreciate everything Ryobi's ever done for this show, and it just, all that kind of money just really keeps the lights on at this place, and I appreciate it so much. If anybody else, right there in the chat wants to click the link and give another $250, you're really making all the difference in the world. Dr. Silverwolf becoming a member for 31 months says, good morning, glad to tune in after a long day. Yes, what did I miss? I ate pizza. People threw a bunch of money at us, and Ed and Michelle did their thing. I think that's about it. Guys, we were almost at 800 at our peak today. I thought today was going to be way down. It was down by a couple hundred people, but I thought it could have been worse. Guys, thank you very much. Finish the Wall says, I'm going to have to save up to give Aaron $350 to make him really cry. Yes, absolutely. I'm not against that at all. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. We'll be back tomorrow.